welcome to Tea Time. I'm Luke the DM.
No pun?
No pun. You know?
No pun?
No pun.
No pun.
Man.
I'm ashamed.
It's okay.
I am too, actually.
Anyway, I'm Luke the DM, and it's my job to interview or question people tonight. I'm not trying to kill anybody, I guess.
This is an interrogation.
This is an interrogation, yes.
What made you start DMT?
Shake them down.
Shake them down. Here we go. We're all dressed up like goofballs. Can't wait to see some of the amazing costumes coming up. So yeah, tonight is all about you guys, pretty much. This was kind of a workshop idea that got tossed around and built up steam, and it was kind of a cool concept. Basically, we got, the Tealeaf Adventuring Company is growing more and more every day. We got more players joining every week. And 5 players, 3.5 hours roughly. Sometimes I feel like there's not enough time for people to say everything they want to say. So we created tonight, giving everybody a little bit more time, kind of one-on-one, just to get to know people, We're just going to chit-chat, kind of see where the night goes, hoping to have some fun with it. Nothing too crazy, and by all means, if it feels like an interrogation, people please, reserve the right to pass on any question we ask you.
Plead the fifth.
Plead the fifth, whatever you got to do, We're just going to try to have a good old time here.
Would you like to start with the medieval Miranda rights?
You have the right to trial by combat.
Yes.
So before we go ahead and get started, we do have a couple of TGR-based announcements, kind of sneak peeks and stuff coming up.
Nothing too crazy, but definitely noteworthy.
Yeah, Kraken, you want to take over for that?
So the first one, if anyone has noticed, there is a new channel at the top of our Discord. Let's see, where is it? It's under the Game Room tab. Right at the bottom there is the Raid channel. And what we're trying to do with this now is basically we want to show our support to other content creators. We're going to start random given nights. We're going to go live. We're going to try and gain a quick little audience, 10, 15 people if we can. And within about a half hour, we're going to try and raid out into another streamer. We don't know who, we don't know what. It's just going to be more community-based. We'll be taking suggestions in that channel that night. A lot of like this and the other community channel, we'll be wiping them at the end, so there's really no trace that we were there. But we want to start reaching out as the game room and try and grow by bringing you guys out. So we're going to encourage you guys, as you raid in, try and ask a question or two while you're there. Obviously, it's not mandated to do anything, but we're just trying to, grow the community and show others what our community has really grown to be in the year that we've been doing this.
I feel like we've mustered a lot of support for the game room itself, and this is kind of our way of simultaneously reciprocating that support to other people, and then also networking, and
right.
Continuously adding to the game room community.
And it's not like we're trying to obviously on our nights that we stream, we're going to be rating our own guys, or our own people, whatever. But this is going to be someone else. So we'll be taking suggestions. Obviously, if you see a streamer that you like, that we're not going to be trying to rate partners or anything like that. I mean, these guys have been working their ass off, but we'd like to. Oh, this person's doing really good. He's trying to go for an affiliate. That's the type of person we will kind of want to reach out, show our support. We've single-handedly on this channel, I think, been responsible for at least a dozen people hitting affiliate within the 7-day span. So I really think that we can do a lot more good over time. I think the next order is our next bingo night. As many are aware, we like to do them on holiday weekends. We did one Mother's Day. We did one on Father's Day. The next, WeeWoo was off cam. The next bingo night, September 6th. It's Labor Day weekend. It's that Sunday night.
Coming up fast.
It is. So, we would like to ask for a little help in this one. We kind of drained ourselves of the last one with gifts and giveaways. So we're asking $5 prizes, set of dice, a game on Steam, something to kind of give back to the community. I guess we can really figure this out. As we go on. We got about 3 or 4 weeks until we're there. So
Is that Jerry?
I don't know.
I think it was.
All right, Tanooki's going to
We
go
might have-
investigate.
Did shock it?
we might have a shock it. I
Hey,
didn't see
alright.
a blue truck.
My crowbar's in my trunk, damn it.
So yeah,
We'll go back.
those are 2 big ones.
Cool, yeah. Yeah, we want to continue to keep doing these fun giveaway nights, but
We've had a lot of fun.
yeah. Bingo nights were amazingly hilarious, like so much fun. And we want to keep that fun rolling. So
Yep.
Anything, and don't feel obligated. Don't feel like you have to go crazy on it. Any little fun prize just to give away helps. Sincerely.
I think most of what we had was
Pizza.
And here I was getting ready to just like kick the door the moment it opened.
It did look like shock it.
It did. Well,
similar build, I mean,
Yeah. Wears t-shirts.
Where's t-shirt?
wears t-shirts, has a hat,
backwards hat.
might have hair,
Human.
Yeah. About, build.
But yeah, so in 2 weeks we have the Call of Duty tournament.
Nice. That's gonna be a good time.
So that we'll hopefully by the weekend we will have a dedicated chapter set up to that spot. We'll have will be a similar event at the end of that night as we're gonna go tonight. So we're kind of testing out our chat system to see if it works the way I want it to. I don't usually have outlandish ideas 30 minutes before we stream, so this one I'm trying to do it 30 minutes and 14 days ahead. All right.
Do you have anything else for announcements, or do you think we touched all the bases?
I hit everything I needed to. Anything else? I mean, anyone else adding anything? Anything interesting coming up? Anything they want to know? I mean, you guys have a couple.
Got a couple backstory missions coming up. I'm excited for those.
Does this hit 10 for you?
Yeah, this
Yes,
is
it
year
does.
10. And
So,
then,
yeah.
we got Jay Milio's got hers.
Get ready for Isaac Stark's backstory,
Yeah. Oh boy.
because he might be slightly psychotic. I don't know.
We've got I posted the death rules in the chat there. And then just kind of before we get started, I posted a quick thing in the Roll20 chat. But we've created, if you look under our voice channel where we are, we've created a Tavern Chat VC thing. And all we're going to ask you guys to do is just join that at some point before your your call. Huh?
It's before you're supposed to appear.
Yeah, before you're supposed to appear.
We're able to drag you in.
Right, so basically that's just going to allow us to click and drag you and get us in our voice chat with
This
us.
is you getting your number at the RMV.
Exactly. So it looks like we got Cleric Skamos in there already. Thank you, Skamos, for being there.
I'm not in there.
Well, neither am I.
Oh, WeeWoo. Already
Is our
regretting life on
Hack
camera.
voice channel lower, just so we don't have the accidental jump in. You could open Discord. I can probably do it from here. Hold on.
Gotcha.
Stand by, folks.
Beautiful. Alright. Look at that. Graphics. Look at those effects.
5. Yeah.
Bam. Save changes. I never click that. I always back out just assuming it'll auto save. Yeah.
Quick little behind the scenes peek of our Discord channel.
Ooh, the nuts and bolts of how it all works, folks. Alright, so is that it for announcements?
I think that's it. You got anything? I know you're hiding back there and trying to be quiet. But
The Booster Club.
the Booster
Oh,
Club.
good one.
The Booster Club. Why don't you take that one? You don't have to come around. You can just chat. I think it's on
All right.
sound.
So, big thing with the Booster Club, because you may have noticed that there are people that are that nice light blue appearing in chat. So, we're looking for people to help us support our Discord, get some features unlocked that aren't necessarily available to your basic free Discord. As far as what we can give you guys for doing that, we're looking at when we do individual merch run samples, we're going to start sending them out to people. What else did I say? Undying Love and Affection.
Yeah,
It gets you the Elite Pro status
Automatically.
rewards automatically. So if you're a little lower in the Discord as far as the ranking and you haven't been able to chat as much, you can just go in there and get those benefits. and we are currently one nitro boost away from level 2, which gives us better audio quality, better just a bunch of new emotes slots that we can use.
Things,
Stuff.
Yeah.
It's all
Get that
available
cool
there.
Little pink gem next to your name in the Discord. You get to swag out with that. That's
Mhm.
my personal takeaway. That prestige.
Special thanks to the Booster Club, Risky Dark Virus, J Milio, J Pix Soul, Pipple Puppy, Too Dark,
Her.
Imper Galactic, can't forget Per, and
Oh,
Looks
look,
like it's the
we
prettiest
just
blue.
got one.
yeah. Oh, we did?
Scamos just, I think.
Thank you, and Cleric Scamos,
Wow.
thank
So
you.
I think that hits it.
That's-
That's level 2.
That's going to be level 2 for the Discord.
Holy
Awesome.
shit.
We're going to...
Do we want to update the bit rate now? Or hold on, I think I can do that from here.
I got you. You keep talking.
As here I am sitting there going, I might delete channel.
Oh, yeah, we can...
Oh, look at that.
256 kilobits per second.
A lot of action,
Double
baby.
it.
Double it.
Double it.
That's really what we did.
Yeah.
no, that's why I said
28.56.
double it.
Damn.
Also, a slight reference to double it.
Double it.
I was waiting for him to forget Per.
Yeah.
So we yelled him. She was our first.
Who was our first?
Well, our first
You
non
never forget your
Yeah.
first.
Same thing with your doctor.
Yeah, you know what?
Yeah.
Until you said it, I did.
I'm sorry. Repressed memories.
She sucked.
Literally.
No, that was part of the problem.
Call
Anyway.
me Mrs. Hoover for nothing.
Well, so first on our schedule for tonight to kind of kick things rolling, I know we're a little behind schedule, we'll make it work, don't worry folks, is actually you, Kraken. We're going to talk to Tick Tick first.
All right, I'm here.
Alright.
Let's do it. It's a great night.
So,
It's a great day to be alive.
so I think part of why I wanted to put you first in the list is number one for convenience because you're right next to me, but number two is kind of let's talk about how the West Marches campaign kind of got started. Like, what were the steps? I mean, we don't have to go into the whole history of the game room, but like, so we got the game room founded. We're
Cool.
doing, tabletop games. We're doing community nights, stuff like that.
Did a bunch of one shots.
Whole bunch of one shots. We did the Vampire the Masquerade one shot. What kind of, what else can you kind of add to that whole story, just so people kind of know the origins
Let's
behind
see.
it?
I believe we were sitting down. No, it was upstairs. So, side note, folks. I live upstairs. TanookiRudy lives downstairs. So you'll see things swap up and down from time to time. But yeah, it's almost an
we
identical
were
layout.
upstairs.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were upstairs, and Luke just sat down, looks at me, and goes, "I want to do a West Marches campaign." And I looked at Luke and go, "I don't fucking know what that is." So I got a 5-minute rundown on what a West Marches was, and
Here we are.
I mean, here we are. I'll be very honest. I am not inclined, or not very receptive to other streaming on my platform, I guess. And that obviously has changed over time, but I basically told Luke, I said, hey, if you want to do this, I need details.
Right.
And like 3 weeks later, I had a full rundown on how this was going to work, what it was going to do, how it was planned, the tier system, everything. And I just looked at it and I go, fuck it, we're doing it. Like, at this point, I don't care. I don't care about my reservations. I mean, like, obviously I like you enough as a person to play at D&D as it was, but I'm just sitting there going, all right, let's do it. Let's give it a shot. I think that we had I don't think we had doubts so much as we were intrigued to see kind of where it went.
Right.
Because
I think D&D streams, especially, like this West Marches campaign is something that I personally never done before. So I kind of was just like, let's try it and hope it doesn't, it's
Yeah,
kind of just
because
a
most
leap of
people,
faith.
and I like that we upload it. I like that we upload to YouTube.
Yes.
And obviously we gained a new Discord member
Yeah.
yesterday from it. But I think it sets us apart a little bit. A lot of people I see doing things are continuous stories, which, yes, it's a continuous story, West Marches campaign, but it's just so brilliant to have a random party every week.
Right.
The story of a guild.
Yeah, and that's the I think the beauty of the West Marches campaign is number one. I think the non-committal aspect of it is, if you can't play in a whatever week or it kind of just there's no real penalties for not playing, but then there's also incentives for playing repeatedly.
Right.
You don't get penalized for not showing up. Whereas in a normal campaign per se, you get the same party every week. If one or two people can't make it, it kind of throws off the whole dynamic. But this is just grab and go, loosey goosey. Let's go.
A certain swashbuckler.
You shoot a dragon, you get a TPK.
Yeah. But yeah, so I think that's really the beauty.
Let's just do it again with a giant hermit crab.
Yeah.
Oh, you okay over there?
Yeah.
I just wanted to be friends.
So, let's talk about your experience with D&D. So, me and you have been playing D&D together for years.
Pathfinder at first, but yes.
Yeah, we started with the Pathfinder.
Some sort of tabletop RPG adventure, yes.
Something I had no idea what I was doing, as most DMs do when they first start. Just kind of, here's some rules, let's roll dice and kill shit and pretend that this all makes sense. So
yep.
I remember, and Rudy, you were also there in that wasn't the Pathfinder one.
No, it was for,
that was a 5th edition Roll 20 one.
It was
right.
a 5th edition one. I was about to say 4th edition, I'm like, wait a second, we didn't have our at-will powers, our encounter powers, our dailies, our video game format.
So Kraken.
Really slow burn.
Yeah. You've had a variety of zany, crazy, badass characters throughout your D&D history. I'd say, what do you think sets Tick apart from all of those? Like, what was kind of your mindset when you...
Tick was found in Portland.
Found in Portland?
Tick was found in Portland. I was out on vacation with a friend, and we had some time to kill before our flight to Vegas. She asked what we wanted to do. I said, A, we need to hit breweries because Portland, they're good breweries, and B, like, all right, let's hit a couple like stores along the way. They're known for like Pacific Northwest is really big for like arcades, pinball, stuff like that. So we hit a couple around. But we just happened to find a a tabletop store on the way there. And I'm walking through the store. It's massive. One of the biggest tabletop stores I've ever been in. Floor to ceiling, 20-foot ceilings of just board games all on one side.
That's like heaven for you.
It was something. So I'm looking for minis, just kind of ripping through, and all of a sudden I just came across a Goblin Alchemist. I mean, these are Pathfinder minis, but I'm like, that could be really fun. Not so much we play goblins. Usually they're seen as evil and they're just cannon fodder. But I was like, I need to try something, and I don't like to stick to social norms for classes. I like to kind of bend things a little bit. Mm-hmm. You've noticed, obviously, Tick's the Goblin Artificer. I mean, Fakar is obviously just a deranged necromancer.
Put it lightly.
Bob is very distinct.
Yep.
We have Farley is my newest mad creation.
Oh boy.
Farley's going to be interesting. Farley is a bugbear ranger, based heavily off of Shrek. I did Captain Carbot, which is heavily based off of Admiral Akbar.
Nice.
So he will be a nice little bard. More like a battlefield bard. Not so much strumming, just booming voice and we'll fucking slay the bastard person. Most of my characters have some sort of like oddity to them. Arbit obviously is the Grung monk, and then I even fucking created the Kraken. I had someone sculpt out and I 3D printed the Kraken, so now I have another. So it's all just. I'm gonna pick on Rudy a little bit. I try not to break a game.
But you want to straddle that line.
I want to straddle that like. My goal in every session is to make the DM facepalm. And I like to think I do a pretty good job of it.
Absolutely.
Where I watch Rudy, and Rudy will pour in hours into something, and I'll just walk over and goes, watch this. And he presses a button, the whole game goes to shit. I'm like, what the fuck? And it's just it's so much fun to watch because I usually play a support in some sort of a mode. Like even playing Call of Duty.
Sure.
My playstyle bases around who I'm playing with. So in these instances now, I mean, Tick obviously hasn't really been a face. Obviously, we keep calling him Tank because he keeps taking hits, but he's really not. If you watch my playstyle, it's more of support around everybody else, and in some form or another, it's just kind of how I've been.
So that kind of leads to my next and probably last question for you. So when we were talking about Tick and that character creation process, and you had came up with this concept for the Goblin Alchemist, that was actually before the release of the Eberron book, which had the official Artificer release.
Right.
And so I was kind of struggling to come up with the next closest thing that I could find. And I know we had talked about maybe like a rogue build or something like that initially.
I want to say we were talking about a rogue.
Something like maybe a thief or with the bonus action, but anyway.
Yeah.
So we finally ended up on this Artillerist Artificer subclass.
Right.
How do you feel that the mechanics of your subclass with the turrets and everything, do you feel that matches your initial vision of Tick, or do you think that it's kind of had to change along the way as you kind of unlock these new class features?
It's definitely changed a little bit from my initial vision. Obviously, I just assumed that I was just going to create bombs and throw them everywhere. And not that I'm not doing that. Obviously, we have Sticky Boom Boom now, thanks to that first or second episode I was in. And, guys, before you head out, you can always DM me. I will gladly sell you Sticky Boom Boom.
I'll get paid before I can buy stuff from you.
So I wouldn't say that it's... The idea of Tick hasn't changed. The character itself kind of has, and I think it's just because we're working with the restrictions. Obviously, you had that... We're trying not to use any sort of player build stuff. We're trying to keep everything to the book so that way there's no question about it.
Yeah.
I think we had talked a little bit about the Unearthed Arcana as long as it was revised once or twice. And then Eberron dropped, and we're like, never mind, we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, there we go.
Because it was just super easy. And obviously we have two, it's myself and Orsic, and
Artificer's just so much fun.
Gregor looks fat.
Oh, God. Alrighty.
Stop exploiting Era. She's helping me!
Stop exploiting Era. Oh, God. Alrighty.
Got a dragon sweatshop over there.
Leave Flap alone, damn it.
Alright. Was there anything else you kind of wanted to touch on before we move on to the next person? Or?
No, I think that as we talk to people, we might bring up some other things.
Yeah, I think it's going to be kind of a snowballing effect.
I don't think we need to stick on anyone here at the party too hard.
Cool. Alrighty. So next, according to our schedule, I think it should be JPEG. I believe it is JPEG Soul as Quick-Handed Chameleon.
Fucking dragon.
Alright,
Okay.
I'm going to take the hat off because we're going to have to do headsets now.
Yes.
Alright.
This is...
Fancy.
Oh, this is loud. I don't need that sound on. And I would drag JPEG in. You just need to click him as your thing. JPEG is with us.
Alright.
There you go.
Welcome, JPEG. Can you
Guess
hear
what?
us?
JPEG can hear us because he didn't set it up where the voice is going through.
Momentarily.
Hey, what's
I
going
got
on,
this.
brother? Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Just make sure.
You hear us alright?
No, it would jump up green. He can't hear us at all.
Okay, don't mind me.
No. So,
No,
JPEG, hold on a second. We got a small little hiccup here. That's us. It's us.
It's us.
It's us.
Yep, settings. And then
Voice and video.
and input. Yep, microphone.
Don't you mean output? Oh, no, you can hear that.
Microphone edit. No, all the way up top. There you go. And then,
Oh,
there
okay.
it is.
Well, I'm not picking him up here either, so
Okay.
1 second.
So we're good. I'm gonna mute the game room now.
There we go.
Okay, we should be able to hear JPEG just fine now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
just
but-
on default, you're good.
Well, they can't hear him. So 1 second. Which is the speakers for the laptop?
Alrighty.
Sound Blaster.
Talk to JPEG?
Okay, JPEG, talk to me, Goose.
Yo,
Hey, what's going on, brother?
how is it going?
Not too bad. Thanks for sticking with us through the little you know, we're figuring this out kind of on the fly, but we'll make it work.
Trust me, I have audio issues all the time. No worries.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you want to be on camera, dude, but feel free, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. How do I go about that? I was checking my end to make sure it wasn't my mess up.
No, it was us. Don't worry about it. Yeah, it was a simple oversight on us.
There we go. Welcome,
Look
welcome.
at it. Look at that sexy hair.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I know it might not be recognizable without the headband, but I swear.
the lovely and fabulous JPick Solo joining us. Thank you so much for joining us on Tea Time. For those of you who don't know, JPick is the one who does most of our super awesome logos and emotes and everything for the game room. So super.
Did our whole title scroll?
Yep, did the whole do-do-do-do-do-do thing at the beginning, which is super cool. We appreciate you there. So yeah, let's dive right into it. So, JPick, you are playing Quick-Handed Chameleon, the Tabaxi swashbuckler rogue. Super awesome character, and I think my first question for you is, I think you have a very unique and sort of standoutish playstyle when we play D&D. You strike me as the type of player who always tries to go for that Hail Mary, long shot, crazy, badass idea, and it shows, and it sometimes pays off, you know? Tell me a little bit more about that mindset when you go into a game. Like, what are you thinking? What's going through your head when you're rolling initiative, when you're analyzing a battlefield, when you're seeing what you're up against?
Just in like a general sense, like I always like to play around exactly how I have my character built. Normally speaking, I don't like min-max, but given that a West Marches campaign isn't a traditional narrative where I can do like a quirky, like Tick Tick is a very quirky character, don't get me wrong, but like he's also very good at what he does, and that's kind of like the thing with the West Marches. So in particular, I kind of like decided, you know what, I'm gonna be a Khajiit from Skyrim. If I'm not, like, honestly, and then from there, it's just like, as I play, I'm going into the mindset that I'm working with everybody, but I don't trust anybody with my life. I only trust myself.
Right.
Like, his backstory, he's not exactly like a criminal, but more of like a charlatan. But given who he associated with, who he's bumped shoulders with, and what all he's been through, he just, more or less would rather get the job done himself than wait on somebody else, which was why it was kind of ironic. I was stuck to a roof.
I was going to say, you were waiting for the opportune moment.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. I was just waiting.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Once they're all dead, I'll strike.
Yeah, Quick-Handed Chameleon has been in some of the most, like, I think of, off the top of my head, I think Quick-Handed Chameleon might have been in some of the most, like, prime stand-outish sessions. Not that each session isn't unique and important in itself, but a lot of the, like, really heavy, lore-based sessions, Quick-Handed Chameleon's been there and been a part of it. We're talking, the Kadoria job. We're talking the Caldera mission, where we got, the first backstory mission. Quick-Handed Chameleon's been there. Do you feel that kind of influences the way you roleplay your character at all, or do you think that it's more sort of circumstantial, or what are your thoughts on that?
Honestly, you do have a point there, just in the sense, like, because of how it's worked out, I've worked with a very close-knit group. Like, I've worked with Tick Tick a lot, I've worked with Shiana a lot, even though I always want to say Shania for some ungodly reason. And, like, I know, like, I've worked with Orsic a little bit, but me and WeeWoo do a lot of tavern chat roleplay on top of the few times that we played together. So it's kind of worked out that, like, with that particular group and how everything's been unfolding, I've had really good chemistry with them, and most of them aren't exactly like lawful good paladins, if you get what I mean.
Right. There's some shady business going on. There's some morally gray attributes to these people.
Exactly. So, like, in a sense, Quick-Handed Chameleon's more comfortable to be himself around those type of people and not be on edge thinking, he's going to be judged as some criminal.
Gotcha. Cool. Let me ask you this. Quick question off the top of my head. So you've been in, I don't have the stats in front of me, but you've been in a decent amount of sessions now. You've played with some people. Is there anybody that you haven't played with yet that you're excited to play with? Is there anybody that you've seen in some of our streams that have been like, damn, that person's a good role player. Ooh, that's a cool character concept. Anybody that pops into your mind off the top of your head?
God, I hope it's not either.
I'm trying to think, like, I know, like, I've been trying to get Mug to play with me, and him, like, I've never gotten to play a PC with him, so I really
Right.
want that to happen. But another one is like, I can't remember. I don't feel like I played with Risky Dark Virus.
Echo?
Yeah, I can't. If I did, it's been a while for
Okay.
sure. But like, I'm trying to think because I have actually like, I know like in particular, Shiana and Tick Tick is who I've worked with the most.
Right.
But outside of those two, it's been a pretty good mixed bag of everybody, and also I'm not the best at keeping up with names and characters, so.
Sure. Cool. Nice. Very cool.
I have one.
You have one?
One.
Okay.
I haven't played with Postamancer yet.
You have not played with Nirendal, no?
No.
Oh god, that's a really?
Yeah,
Wow.
it's one I haven't played with.
Huh.
One I've been looking forward to.
That's gonna be an interesting interaction. That's awesome.
See, Gregor was mine.
Gregor was yours?
Yeah, and we played together last session.
Oh really?
Yeah.
No kidding, huh? Oops. Sorry. Alright. So we've got you are currently level 4, so you're one level away from the next tier. You're a step away from the adventure tier hero. That's where things are gonna kind of the training wheels pop off. The encounters take on sort of a more not that they're already not deadly, but a more, impactful,
Rip Edith.
yeah, meaningful kind of stance. What are your plans, if any, as far either mechanically or narratively for Chameleon, as far as taking that next step? You've made a name for yourself in the Tealeaf Adventuring Company for sure. How do you think that that's going to play out in the next few months or so?
Well, in a general sense, just with his background, him wanting to be less than reputable, and him being in a industry now where his name will be like with more I guess clout. I can't think of another word. I know
Renown,
there's
maybe,
way better
yeah.
words, but oh god, I can't believe I actually used it. But you know what I mean. Like, so like I feel like maybe like he'll be like, especially once I get my tea leaf points, his past will come back to interact. But also in a general sense, just his business nature and how he approaches everything. If possible, I know you see me like in the side chat and everything. I'm always looking for new business adventures, just because like the more gold you have, the more you can
Right.
do outside of actual in-game content. But like in a general sense, I know like he's super infatuated with Caldera, however
Yeah.
y'all want to call it, Flap Flap. He's not exploiting her. That's his baby.
100%
He worships that
exploited,
thing.
just-
Literally, Isaac had to correct him and tell him she wasn't as smart as a god, but you can't tell him different. Like, he's literally like, he worships the ground that thing. He
Yeah.
literally took her into his room and let her tear it up because he loves that little thing.
And I know you and I have had some personal sidebar conversations about future thoughts and plans and motivations and stuff like that. Just as part of your creating your character, I try to give everybody that unique kind of one-on-one talk about their characters and stuff. Are you excited for some of that stuff to come to terms, or I know you have a lot of stuff up your sleeve, but I don't want to spill the beans too much, but there's got to be some like anticipation about that. There's got to be some excitement about that.
For certain, honestly, because like I said, with how the West Marches campaign was, I honestly wasn't sure if he was going to survive past 2 sessions.
Right.
So it was really just like kind of like, I don't want to say a throwaway character, but I wasn't trying to get too attached. And then the more that I played and the more I got attached, the more I developed his actual character as far as like his backstory and his lore. So yes, I'm definitely looking forward to how a lot of that stuff is going to be transpiring
That's
as we
awesome.
move forward, especially with his relationship with like Selena and everything, just because he's managed to be on like quite a few of her missions, if not all of them.
Huh. Interesting. Oh, that's cool. All right. My last question for you, JPick, that I think I'm going to ask in some form or another to most people tonight. What has been your favorite moment of this West Marches campaign so far? Is there one specific battle or scene or interaction that you can recall that's been like the standout, like, hell yeah moment for Quick-Handed Chameleon?
The shit show with him and Cricket, man. Like, I totally thought I was gonna be the sole reason that like one of the most favorite characters in the game got fucking murdered. And I feel like it was the first time we were playing together too, so it was just like, oh sweet, now everybody in the guild's gonna hate quick-handed. And like somehow she like goes up prone and just stabs the dude in the chest with just enough health to kill him. I was like, oh thank God.
Oh, that was an epic fight. That was awesome. That was one of my personal favorite sessions with just the naval aspect of it. That was a good time. And again, quick-handed, trying these big moves, and sometimes they pay off, and sometimes they don't, and yet you bumble and fudge and, clusterfuck your way through and eventually make it out on top. It's really cool.
I ain't dying, I'm scratching, damn it.
Yep. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us tonight, JPEG. We appreciate you. Enjoy your little bonus Tealeaf point there, as always. All right. Thank you very much. We look forward to your next appearance.
Thank you guys for your time.
All right. Take it easy, man. Have a good night.
Bye, Bobby. Thanks for stopping by.
Later.
Up next tonight is Isaac. Some royal blood.
Oh, please.
All right. Oh, I'm gonna put the hat back on because I don't need it.
Please don't do that.
Truly do not.
Should I put the helmet on?
Please
God.
do.
Helmet up? Well, Isaac doesn't wear a helmet, so I don't have to.
All right.
You should, though.
So,
I gotta save his
Yeah,
face.
but your other fuck does.
Yeah. Von Fest West Marches edition.
Oh God.
no.
You know, they
So-
said you come back as your level. I'm like,
Yeah.
might be time to start using one of those odd characters.
Oh God.
You might see Captain Carlaw sooner than later.
All right. So, TanookiRudy, I know
Yeah.
you and I have also had a D&D history. We played together in a various.
You know, I'm gonna be 100% honest with you, buddy. When I was first doing, when I moved up here and
Yeah.
I was basically harassing WeeWoo and Kraken's like, hey, I want to do a D&D session. I want to find people and get it together.
Yeah.
And right at the end, Joe was like, hey, I got my buddy Luke. I'm like, Luke, who the fuck is that? It wasn't until it clicked. I'm like,
Oh, we've played together. Yeah.
it's like we've never met in person,
Right,
but it's like,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah. So, for those of you who don't know, Rudy is the DM for sort of our home game. A lot of the staff and staff of the game room basically
Yeah.
have a little home game that we play on the side. And
Words
Rudy's the
hard.
DM for that. Yeah. So
You're a monster.
I know.
how is it? How would you describe the experience of of sort of that dynamic switch between the player seat and the DM's chair, kind of going back and forth and having to constantly have
Okay.
that fluctuation? It's got to be kind of an interesting experience.
It really is. Like, if you're a control freak, behind the screen is what you want to be.
Right.
I do think it's really cathartic to be behind the dungeon screen, particularly using it as a term of escapism. Like D&D is always escapism.
Right.
But when you're behind the screen, you're all the bad guys. You control everything. You're not against the players, but you definitely just want to put walls in front of them for them to find ways around, through, over, whatever.
Right.
But being the player, it's god, you can just focus on one aspect and hone it to perfection.
Right, and I think I definitely agree with that. Where as a DM, you find yourselves with a million different things on your mind and constantly playing the what ifs and managing stats and managing. There's a lot on your plate. But with a player character, it's like you said, it's that one sort of singular character. You can really get into that mindset. You can really, like you said, kind of perfect that one piece of it. Whereas, as a DM, let's face it, not everything's perfect. You just
Oh my
kinda-
god. I would settle for good. Right now I'm slightly above subpar with a whacked in the bad quickness.
Beautiful. So that being said, let's talk about Isaac.
Isaac.
Now,
Isaac.
Isaac is, I believe,
He's a monster hunter.
he's a monster hunter fighter, which was one of the few Unearthed Arcana subclasses that was approved for this. What kind of led you to what appealed to you about the monster hunter?
Oh man, it's absolutely Castlevania.
Yeah.
They're designed. It's what do you do? Well, we hunt vampires and aberrations and undead. It's we find them and we put them in the ground. If it's anything of a celestial fae or undead nature, they're great at it. And
Right.
I figured, screw it, we're going full on Richter Belmont on this. We're gonna multi-class into a monk at level 8. Do that for 7 levels. Dip back into Monster Hunter and just get stupid.
So you've got
Yes.
all of these levels mapped out for
100%.
Isaac. Okay. So, do you tend to do that with? That's an interesting. So, I know a lot of people have that mindset, and I admittedly do too, where you have a level 1 to level 20 sort of game plan mapped out for your character as far as what's going to happen. Do you ever find that that plan gets altered along the way, or do you feel like you stay pretty
If I make the plan, I stick to the plan. I don't do it for a lot of characters. There were 2 characters I built that actually follow a plan and stick to a plan. One of them's a Smite Lock, and the other is Isaac.
Okay.
But more often than not, I just build a character, like in WeeWoo's Strahd campaign, Eugene. I just like, fuck it, he's a weird barbarian. We're doing this. What do you do? Random shit.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
But if I have a plan, it stays the plan. Otherwise, it's whatever I feel like doing.
Yeah.
When I get bored, I change it.
Yeah. And I know on previous streams we've talked a lot about the fighter class specifically, and to I believe your direct quote was the fighter class is the pasta,
Yes,
and then the multi-classing is kind of that sauce that you
Whatever
put
you
on.
put.
So do you feel? How do you feel about that? How that sort of analogy applies to Isaac specifically? I mean, Isaac is a unique brand of fighter, I will say. We're going with the dexterity-based builds,
Yep.
you know.
I've always been a fan of nimbly bimbly builds because sword and board is kind of like a done to death trope.
Okay.
You can take a fighter level 1, you're starting with chainmail, you got your shield, you got your long sword, you're like really impervious to being hit unless the enemy rolls really well. You're just kind of like marching into combat and hitting things and like tanking everything. Where with Isaac, I wanted to try a different thing. Like he's hard to hit, but it's mostly because he's just fast and he's like dueling. He's very reactionary. Things go to hit him, he's like, oh, no, you didn't. And he's using his reaction to like boost his armor class, which is the monk stuff. Kenshi. But
very true.
yeah, I just want to try something a little different. And like, who uses a whip? Like, you almost never see that as like a weapon outside of like certain like enemy classes, where it'll be some sort of like orc or goblin that just has it because they're leading wars.
And then those are more of the like exotic, like, oh, that's different. Like, you know,
it's like taking a gladiator and fighting with a spear and a net. It's like, who does that?
Right. So the choice of the whip specifically, going in with that, you know, that heavily Castlevania inspired, you know, the Monster Slayer backstory. Do you think that, because now you have the Hosta?
I do.
Do you feel like do you feel like that whip is sort of an identifiable, like, defining trait, or is that just sort of something that you started with and that might?
It's a defining trait, and if he lucks out in his backstory, then the Hosta will probably get replaced by a better whip.
Okay, cool. Very cool. All right, so definitely that reach, that nimble, that dexterity.
I love being able to take reactions and hit people and not be directly in the fray, but being in the fray.
Right.
You know, 10-foot pole.
Cool. So, all right. You got your backstory mission coming up because this will be actually tonight.
This is 10.
This will be your 10th Tealeaf point, cashing it in. Very cool. Now, we have, I'll say, loosely connected the world that you've constructed for the home campaign, and then this sort of loosely based Kadoria session. And there's been, you know, some banter. There's been some asides, some references, some, you know, like tongue-in-cheek sort of jokes. Do you feel as a DM, you know, when you're DMing that home campaign, is this West Marches campaign and like the repercussions for Isaac on your mind at all, or is it just sort of like a consequence of what happens?
God, I think it's a consequence.
Okay.
Like, he is not over the right choices.
Right. Okay. Cool. So, yeah, because again, I don't want to dive in too much into the backstory. I think a lot of it will be revealed when we get to your backstory mission. But Isaac is almost a refugee of sorts.
In a sense, yeah. Family business did not go as planned to keep it super vague.
Right.
And, you know, until the family affairs are squared away, it's probably best he doesn't show his face where he's from.
Gotcha. Now, how do you think that mentality of that sort of secrecy impacts the way that Isaac interacts with other, you know, do you think that inhibits his ability to make close bonds with people, or do you think that he's making close bonds despite of that?
Well, overlooking the fact that charisma is his dumb stat. -1, baby.
Yeah.
it's a lack of trust. Like he wants to trust. It's almost like he's torn between two mindsets. The mindset the facade that he has on right now, versus who he used to be. It's
sort of
like,
a dual nature almost.
yeah, like he wants to get close, but at the same time, not so much.
There's a jadedness. There's a
Yeah.
guard up there. Okay, very interesting. All right. Do you think, because I believe Isaac is tied for I think either the most or the second most appearances.
Yeah.
So you've interacted with a lot of different members of the Tealeaf Adventuring Company. Do you feel that having that exposure to sort of the wider pool of characters, do you think that's something that Isaac sort of builds from and sort of, do you think those interactions with these different characters and with the NPCs and the Tealeaf Adventuring Company, do you think that is something that Isaac is sort of, I don't want to use the word growing, but like, do you think that these social interactions and these friendships and these bonds are something that Isaac is going to carry with him, or do you think that because of his dual nature, do you think that this is a stressor to him? Do you think this is more
it is 100% a stressor.
Okay.
Because, I mean, we're not going to go too deep into the backstory.
Right.
But a little
I want to kind of
tidbit right here. The two mindsets he has right here is the lawful evil version of the person he was prior to fleeing to the chaotic good person he's trying to be now.
So you went directly diagonal.
Yeah, he's really like that's what I mean. Charisma dumps that, and he's even in like the tavern chat. People look how he's like rippy death, and like a lot of people are mourning. He's like, it's just a body. I didn't know her that well, but that's kind of like where his brain is like threading the line where he was trying to like make friends, but at the same time, don't get too attached.
Right, because he knows firsthand
Yes,
just how dangerous the adventuring business is,
Mhm.
and also,
What
the
he's
stakes
done
of
before and all that. So it's
Right.
like the guy's barely 20 years old, but it's a hard 20.
Right. I'm excited to kind of dig deep into that in this backstory mission and kind of pick his brain a little bit and kind of throw things in front of him that might he might not usually interact with.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to say I want to break Isaac, but I want to see
It's
him.
okay to break him
I want to
because
see
he's
him
on the
squirm a
verge.
little bit. It's exciting. Now, I think as a DM, this is probably my last question for you, just looking at the time, but
Yeah, go for it.
when you're creating either an NPC or a player character, I feel like me personally, I like to try and I think for role-playing purposes, because obviously as DMs we both have to be on the fly role-playing a lot of different
Yeah.
personalities and stuff. How do you feel like, what are your, I guess, buzzwords or sort of kickoffs or jump-off points for Isaac's personality? Like what do you, what are like the mantras in your head when you're jumping into Isaac's shoes?
Oof. God. I mean, I know jaded cynicism is on there too, but I'm gonna say reserved hope.
Reserved hope. That's an interesting one.
I mean, ideally, whenever I'm making a character, particularly villains, I love to make villains that are very human, where you kind of look at them and they're viewing themselves as the hero of their own story.
Right.
And when you listen to them talk, you're like, that motherfucker has a point. I do not agree with what they're doing, but I can absolutely understand where they're coming from, and this kind of makes me feel bad putting them in the ground.
Right, it's that old adage of like a true great villain has the right mindset, just the means that make them
And
villains.
that's honestly where Isaac is threaded right now.
Okay.
When he first started off, that's where I was putting him, and him pretending to be this other person. It's like pulling him away from that hero of my own story aspect.
Interesting. Very cool. All right. And then, what's been your? Do you have a favorite epic moment?
Do
boy.
actually. I know it's dumb, but it's fairly recent. But it's when I tried to rule a cool. Launch myself off that impaled javelin,
Yes.
the giant through, and I whiffed it. So instead of like hurling through the air like Achilles style, I launched myself ass over tea kettle like a lawn dart into the giant. It actually did like really bludgeoning damage by just like throwing my body into him at like mock Jesus instead of stabbing him like I intended.
That was the Smith mission where you guys.
It
went
was
to
the
South-
Smith mission where we almost had a. Oh man, God, if Shadow died, Isaac probably actually would have lost his ship. As it was someone he spent a lot of time on.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. Enjoy your Tealeaf point, and I'm super excited to get that backstory up and rolling.
Me too, buddy. Me too.
All right, awesome.
Who we got next?
Alrighty, we are right on time. So up next after Isaac is Cleric Skamos.
All right.
Excellent.
All right. I'm gonna.
Alrighty, let me switch over.
Hey,
What's going on, Mr. Cleric Skamos? How you doing?
pretty good. Here, let
Excellent.
me put my camera. Put that on. Hey, and it's actually working.
Awesome.
No.
Shit, we actually
Math.
have video this time.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining. It's a nice shirt, by the way.
Yeah, right?
Thank you.
Lookins.
It's the 80s themed one.
Yep, that's badass. Excellent. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Tea Time. Glad to have you.
Hey.
Alrighty. So, Cleric Skamos is playing the cleric named as Skamos, the Tiefling Death Domain cleric. Very
Yes.
cool. Now, from what I understand, Skamos is a character that you have played extensively in previous campaigns.
Yes. He's originally from a friend, a Facebook RP game that me and friends used to play. He, although his first appearance when I started playing him was a level 10,
Okay.
so I was kind of already like set with everything, like skills and abilities, and being able to just like one-shot stuff.
Right.
But I've tried to play him a couple times as lower levels, but without I didn't like have him properly sorted prior to doing that. So when I came to this game, I was like, okay, I need to figure out what I need to have ready before I get into the situation, and like potentially screw myself again.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. That's gotta be kind of an interesting situation where you sort of have this experience with the same character, that same flavor, being someone quite capable and powerful. What's that experience been like to kind of start back at level 1 and sort of slowly build that power back up again? There's got to be some novelty to that, but
I would say like the first session with this has been interesting because like I was like, oh, I only have like 12 health.
right.
I got to be a lot more careful.
Right.
But as I building up, I can like, because like I said, I started with level 10, so building him up to this point again will be interesting to get to see how I can get him there without just being there.
Right, that's really cool. Now,
Yeah.
I know. Now, so cleric being an existing character that you are clearly very passionate about. You put a lot of heart and soul into this. How has the West Marches campaign sort of aligned with your existing headcanon for Skamos? Like, do you think that it's kind of aligned itself pretty well, or is this sort of like totally out of the zone for Skamos, or is this
No, because me and you have discussed about the Doom guides and all that.
right?
It makes sense for him to have traveled to other places and experience things and help other people out along the way. So in reality, I can kind of use this as a preface to him getting to that point in the other campaign. Granted,
Oh,
that's
cool.
a little bit of world merging, but
Okay.
I mean, this whole thing isn't plagued with Shadowfell issues, so
Right.
that's
yeah.
the main difference.
Not yet.
Oh boy, here we go again.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very cool. So, Skamos is a worshiper of, and forgive me, I'm going to butcher the pronunciation of the name.
It's okay.
Kalevmor?
Kellenvor.
Yeah.
Kellenvor. Now that's some old school D&D stuff. I mean,
Yes.
that's like Kellenvor originated, I think, in, what was it, 2nd edition?
Second edition
Yeah.
Forgotten Realms.
Yeah. So, and
I'm like 90% positive he was a first edition player character that got deicized. I'm not 100% sure though.
Yeah. From what we talked about and what I looked at, yeah. So how do you? That's a very interesting choice for a deity for your Death Domain cleric. Like, I mean, it definitely ties in thematically, but what was sort of the inspiration when you first? I mean, even before the West Marches campaign, what made you sort of gravitate towards that?
So I was looking at most of the gods that fall under the Death Domain. 90% of them are evil. So I was like, oh, I was kind of sad about that because I didn't want to play an evil character. Don't get me wrong, I could, but I'd rather not. So I was like, okay, I was looking, and I was like, I came across in 5th Ed that he's back. So I was like, oh, I'm gonna roll with this guy since he's chaotic neutral like my character, and it kind of helps me, not have to worry about potential consequences of a misfire. Of like,
Right.
oops, that's a small child that I just eviscerated by accident. He was just in the way. It would be the first time something like that's happened with not this character particularly, but
Right. Yeah, and I find that in the way that you roleplay Skamos, he's very like idealistic in a way, but like in that he has these tenets, these mantras, these core values that he holds to a very high esteem and tries to follow.
Yes.
But then simultaneously, you know, in the heat of the moment, he's very pragmatic. He's very, let's get to the mission, let's get this done, let's do what is necessary to get that done. What can you kind of talking, you know, similar to Isaac in that dual nature? How do you think that kind of applies to Skamos?
It's a little bit of self-projection on the matter of just like there's a goal that needs to be done, and in the moment this is more of a serious situation where I need to get this done, and I'd rather have it like not have any consequences come out of it. Where the character himself though is very as being like heavily like influenced by a church, and him being like taught by a very like battle heavy like kind of group. They're very they would be very what do you call it, like goal oriented, where like
Right.
there's not time to kind of like fuck around. It's more of you need to get this job done, you need to make sure everyone gets out alive.
Very
Which
cool.
kind of goes back to the last session I was in, where we were just like, I gotta save him, we gotta bring him back with
Right.
us.
We got to get Gregor out of there. Yeah, that was very cool. Now, Skamos has been around for a while. You've been in a pretty decent amount of sessions. How do you think, I mean, I think there's a lot of sort of stigma around worshiping a god of death. You know, there's kind of this ooh, easy, you know, scary kind of like unease to that. Do you think that, do you find that Skamos has kind of had to overcome hurdles because of that, his choice in deity, or do you think that other members of the guild have been sort of accepting or apathetic towards it?
It seems that most people are okay with him. It helps that his character alone is very a bubbly person, which is kind of contradictory to his whole, you know, I worship a god who is centered around death. But that's because his god is more of just like, it is a god of death, but it's more of a god of passing, as in like guiding those to like either realm, like whatever realm they need to be in. He's not really there to straight up just like be a necromancer with cleric outfit on, you know?
Right.
Which is why he has no like actual spells of, you know, reviving undead.
Right. You're very adamantly against that.
Yes. Well, he is.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting too, because I remember specifically there's one interaction where you were in the archive, and I believe it was Brother Gregor like raised the spectral wraith sword warrior to fight with you. That's got to be like one of those interesting sort of defining, you know, am I going to be bound by my tenets against undeath, or is it pragmatic that this thing's on our side? You know, what was kind of going through your mind in that sort of moment?
As the player, I was thinking, it's like, Skamos in the moment the bigger threat in the room is the giant statue trying to, you know, eviscerate us.
Right.
So I wasn't too particularly worried about the lowly undead monster that I probably could turn undead and get rid of if I needed to. But I wasn't going to do that when in the middle of a fight. I see it's an ally summoning it. I'm just like, that irks me, but it irks my character, but I'm just not going to worry about it at the moment.
We'll talk about
Focus
it
on
later,
the bigger threat.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
cool. And yeah, that sort of pragmatic side kind of kicking in and, you know, getting business done before, you know. Very cool, very cool.
Yeah.
Let's see. What specific... Do you think there are any sort of specific spells or class features that have kind of become Skamos' sort of signature move, or sort of his standout identifying abilities or anything like that?
It's definitely inflict wounds.
Inflict wounds, yeah. That
Yeah.
crazy first level spell damage coming in hot. I mean, that's a very thematic choice. You know.
Oh yeah, no, it suits him perfectly. I'm just like, this is awesome. I do hope eventually to come across the what's the name of that mace? disruptive mace.
Yeah,
Disruption.
the Mace of Disruption. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. Thank you. I do hope we will eventually find that because that's something he has when he hits level 10 and later in the other campaign. But that's something that needs to be like nothing I'm like expected to see anytime soon.
Right. I mean, that's a powerful mace if you read it.
Oh god, it's just nuke undead, just like everywhere.
Very cool. But yeah, that inflict wounds being sort of a signature, a go-to staple of Skamos' kit.
Oh yeah.
It's interesting because when a lot of people think of clerics, they sort of get assigned to that mindset. Oh, good, we have a healer. You know, a lot of people have that mindset, and you have adamantly sort of defined yourselves as, I'm not a healer. I'm here to fuck shit up. You know,
oh yeah, no, definitely.
You know,
a
getting
lot
right in the front line. You know, do you think that there's any sort of do you think that people have been respectful of that, or do you think like is there a pressure on you as a player to kind of keep those healing spells prepared, or are you just completely going gung ho, guns blazing?
I always come prepared. I make sure my character's always kind of prepared for healing just in case. But those are more just like secondary thoughts, as in my whole goal is definitely to be in the front lines. Okay. Or if I take too much, like if I get too much abuse in the front lines, I just step back and then I have all my ranged spells as well. Right. I don't particularly need to be in the front lines, but I can be, and I usually try to be if I need to. That's why I end up. That's why he's at the moment. He has a shield. He has false life. He has half plate. He's kitted up to be able to take a beating and not like die.
Right.
And so I'm not too particularly worried. And I feel like once people like have partied with me and they realize like, oh, this character particularly isn't made for healing, even though he's a cleric, they usually kind of like adjust pretty quickly.
The battle tactics shift with that in mind a little bit, which is kind of cool. That I think that one character's identity can kind of shape a tactical dynamic like that in a way that I don't think many other players or any other characters have that much of a. I mean, they definitely have an impact, but I think Skamos stands out in that of like, I'm a cleric, but I'm a death domain cleric. Like, let's get in there, which is really cool.
Just bad touch.
Yeah. Bad touch.
Very bad touch.
All right, so I'll ask you the same question. What has been your sort of favorite epic Skamos moments in any of the sessions you've been a part of so far? Has there been like one really defining standout moment for him, or anything coming off the top of your head?
One-shotting that fish monster in the very beginning of that encounter.
Oh yeah, just like coming down the rocky slope on the beach there and just...
Yeah.
Well, I believe that was a crit, right?
I'm not sure, but I don't think it was.
Oh, no,
I think it's just because it was a...
Boom! 29 points in necrotic damage or something crazy like that.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's 3d10s, man.
Yeah, that's the kind of display of just raw damage output that, definitely shows your party members that you're here to fuck shit up. That's really cool. That's awesome.
But then it's the saddest moment was doing the same thing and getting a crit on a rock monster that just didn't care.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Good feelings done. Yeah, the archive is a very deranged place, but it's interesting. I'm excited to kind of get back there. All right. Well, Cleric Skamos, thank you so much. We appreciate you stopping by. Thanks for chatting. Enjoy that bonus Tealeaf point.
Thank you.
And excited to see you in your next performance.
Can't wait.
Night. Take it easy, buddy. What we got next?
Night.
Alrighty. Up next, after Cleric Skamos, is Jay Million.
Alright, let's do this for cashiers.
Jay Emilio, come on down!
Hang on.
Oh.
I don't know how to feel about this.
Oh my god, that's amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, Jay Emilio. The folk
Hi, everybody.
I'm happy I'm not the only one wearing tie.
I was told formal, and I've got my little tea mug. My mouth tea mug.
Beautiful. Awesome. Well, welcome aboard. So, Jay Emilio is playing Shadow in the Whispering Woods, another Tabaxi rogue. and I believe Shadow is an assassin subclass.
Yes, she is.
Very cool. So, J. Melio is part of our home campaign, so I've played a little bit of D&D with her. But as far as your relative D&D experience, you are a relatively new player.
Yeah, I've just been playing for, I think, just about a year now.
Right.
Maybe, a year and a couple weeks type of thing.
Cool,
Yeah.
very cool. So when you were creating a character for this West Marches campaign, kind of a weird sort of layout, a weird dynamic, what drew you to create Shadow in the way that she is?
So my character in our kind of home campaign, so to speak, is I played her up to be kind of naive and stupid just because I didn't know how the game fully functioned, and I felt like I could just play off of that. So now that I've kind of gotten accustomed to it, I kind of want to keep trying new classes and new character races and kind of see if I find my so-called master race type of thing, because I know like you're not, you're a halfling master race. But so I kind of wanted to go a little bit more in the chaotic sense.
Okay.
So what's more chaotic than a cat that's constantly distracted by shinies and is kind of an assassin? So I've been kind of playing with this idea of like having an assassin's guild, and that's where she kind of came from. And we'll learn a lot more about like that kind of thing during the backstory mission that'll hopefully be taking place in less than a month or so.
Right.
But I just kind of wanted a very different feel of a character than the other one that I had been playing.
Cool. Yeah, just kind of branching out, trying a whole bunch of different stuff and seeing what sticks. Very cool.
Yeah, exactly.
And how have you found the assassin specifically? I think 5e does kind of a wonky job as far as surprise conditions and assassin. How have you felt that that's been working for you so far? I mean, you've had some pretty epic assassinations, taking guys out right at the start of a fight. Have you found that that's met your expectations when you were building the character, or have you felt that's,
I mean, kind of. I'm kind of. It was a little different than what I thought it was going to be, since it's basically like someone that hasn't taken a turn in combat. So I have to rely on having a good stealth roll or at the beginning, or a really good initiative roll at the beginning.
Right.
To try to kind of get that. So I think that's a little wonky and kind of a little bit underpowered in that type of aspect, but I can understand that like it's an auto crit, so they don't want to make that super overpowered either. So I mean, I guess there's a balancing to it. But I mean, it so far works because I have had some epic assassinations right at the beginning of combat, which is just a really cool feeling to have.
Yeah, absolutely. Just starting off with, sneak attack crits, here's 40 damage right off the bat. That'll change the way an enemy looks at your party, you know what I mean? It's very cool.
Yeah, certainly.
So moving away a bit from the mechanics and more to the sort of the fluff and the flavor of Shadow in the Whispering Woods. The name, one of my favorite things. I know that Tabaxi have that sort of unique, almost Native American style naming tradition. Mm-hmm. What was kind of going through your head when you were coming up with that specific name?
Mine just burns me peas.
So in terms of like, okay, I knew I wanted to do assassin at the beginning. So
yeah.
Okay, what's kind of assassiny? What's kind of stealthy? And I'm like, shadows. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
We're gonna go with like a shadow. And then I did a lot of Googling because I was like, I am not sure for like the second part of the name. And I like alliterations. It kind of, and then it was like the Whispering Wood kind of has this kind of menacing, creepy, like it kind of almost had an assassin-y type feel when I had kind of seen those two words together. So that's kind of what I went with.
Cool. Wow, that's cool. It's funny how much you can draw from a name, and especially with Tabaxi names. I feel like that's very cool. There's a lot of insight to be gained.
Yeah.
As far as Shadow's personality when you're role-playing, because you are also, I believe, either tied or the second or first most appearances in Tealeaf Adventuring Company. I know you have stated before that you're trying to play Shadow as sort of this motherly aspect. How do you think that that's been sort of materializing in the way that you're playing, whether it be in tavern chat, whether it be like in the middle of the game? Do you think that that's been something? Is that something that's like actively on your mind, or is that sort of something you're striving for? Or
it was kind of something that I was like, because so when like her backstory kind of plays into, she was kind of like the den mother of the clan. So she was the one that was like kind of responsible for taking care of the little kids, like the street urchins they'd pull in to try to take care of and then grow and develop type of thing. So I actually, like, one of the things that I try to prioritize in a fight is if I see someone down, I try to get over there and shove a healing potion down their throat. I think she's more concerned with the other character's well-being than necessarily their own. There's been times where I haven't drank a health potion where I probably should have because I was in single digits. So I'm kind of playing it that way. Like in Tavern Chat, like especially like when we first got Era, she was kind of trying to teach and grow and develop and, be very like, oh, I'm so proud of like kind of like my child type of thing. With Edith passing on, I kind of felt like, I had to I stand up for her type of thing and just, we know this is a dangerous, kind of mission we're on, that we, there's a very real chance that we can die, but at the same aspect, we should be respecting, her memory type of thing as well.
Gotcha. Let's talk about kind of a similar question that, and it's ironic that you're both Tabaxi Groves, but Shadow and Whispering Wood has been there for a lot of the sort of those big story moments, those big, I know I had used the term milestone mission once.
Yeah.
How do you feel, and especially interacting with a lot of the NPCs from the Tealeaf Adventuring Company, how do you feel that sort of ties in even with this motherly aspect of being someone who's been there for a lot, someone who's seen a lot, someone who kind of knows the dynamics here?
Yeah, it's kind of nice when Shadow goes on a mission with someone that's especially on the newer side to the guild. It's, she kind of tries to, not really like forcefully, but kind of like take them under her wing and try to like kind of, say, hey, hey, let's come on. Like, I think I did that with Brenna when Brenna first started.
Right.
Kind of, interacting with Era and Tavern Chat. We had the Never Have I Ever with Smith. That one was a real interesting kind of one. I think, Shadow and Marigold are, kind of starting to develop a little bit of a relationship since I've been on a couple of her missions as well. Right. It's a real interesting, kind of dynamic is, trying to play it as much as I can without it being overbearing either, because, she's kind of more quiet and reserved as well, so.
Right. And then kind of as a player, too, there's that sort of, that feeling of wanting to give everyone their fair share to kind of experiment and try and, and especially, I feel like I kind of struggle with the same thing, whereas, with a new player, D&D can definitely be kind of overwhelming. There's a lot of rules, there's a lot of mechanics that are going on, and you watch someone create their character before you, and you can see choices that, as an experienced player, you might question. And then, one of my most rewarding things is kind of hearing the rationale behind those. Have you experienced that at all? Like, have you seen anyone make those sort of, like, I don't want to call them mistakes, but sort of those, like,
happy little accidents?
Yeah, happy little accidents. Do you think that's something that...
Oh, you mean like Shadow splitting the party for the Basilisk?
What's behind door number one?
Yeah.
Honestly, I so get into the story in a lot of ways. I'm constantly, thinking, okay, what would I do if I was in this character's shoes? Just because I am trying to become a little bit more strategic and do some more interesting things, which is why I think JPIC, with kind of the way he does his action turns, are super interesting to watch. But I get sucked into the story a lot too, so it's like I'm constantly like nervous and panicked and stuff like that, which I think kind of plays into Shadow's motherly, like, oh my god, we're gonna die, oh my god. But it's when rewatching it to do a lot of the stats and stuff like that.
Thank you, by the way.
I'm especially kind of critical of my own actions and stuff that I did. I'm like, what the hell was I thinking when I did that? But it's much less actually during the game. It's usually kind of on the second rewatch that I really kind of see a lot of the mistakes, and it's usually my own mistakes that I really focus on.
That was actually going to be my next question, and you kind of snuck it in there. So for those of you who don't know, Jay Milio is the one who does all of our Tealeaf stats for us, keeping track of how many times we get knocked down, how many natural ones, stuff like that, and documents it all and has that wonderful, excellent, amazing stat list for us. So that you have gone back and watched every single episode that we've had so far, and clearly have to pay attention because you need to be listening and making sure you're picking up on all the natural ones, natural points, and everything like that. What kind of insight has that given you as far as, because you're watching even the sessions that you're not a part of, do you feel that, even story-wise, even with the lore that's being dropped, do you think that that's something that influences your decision making, or do you think that that's more, you're doing it to make the stats and that's kind of why you're there?
So I'm trying to genuinely play it like as Shadow sees it. So in terms of if Shadow's not involved, I'm trying to make it so that I don't know about it unless it's brought up in tavern chat type of thing. So I'm kind of using that to more prompt tavern chat, like if I have questions or like, hey, what's going on type of thing. I think in the background, it's been super helpful for me to try to keep track of like, hey, new NPCs are in the guild and, some other things like that. Hey, this is kind of what this player does and what they're kind of good at and what like their play style is, so to speak. But in terms of like trying to keep the lore, I'm trying to keep them a little bit separated, just to kind of keep it more realistic to what Shadow would and wouldn't know.
Interesting. Okay, cool. So that being said, since you kind of mentioned it that you're watching everyone's playstyle and everything like that, have you noticed any like star players, like anybody standing out, any like super, who's kind of your, I don't want to say who's your favorite member of the company, but any
geez, that's a lot of pressure right there. So in terms of kind of like combat and stuff, I've already kind of mentioned JPick and just how creative he is, especially with his magical items and trying kind of new things that may or may not work depending on how the role works. But I think they're really creative from that. In terms of kind of like actual like role playing and stuff, I mean, Cricket MVP. I mean, she is just so goddamn adorable that I wish I could just like go up to her and just constantly hug her and just not let her go, and please don't go out on any missions because I'm scared for you. But I mean, like, I really think that pretty much everyone in our guild has a very unique play style and very like their characters are all really unique. We don't have anybody that's really close in play style or anything. Like Niran is just, kind of like hawking her goods and stuff like that. And I'm, if Shadow ever does pass on, I've got an idea, and actually I've pulled Costomancer in and said, hey, I kind of want to play off your character a little bit. Would that be okay? So, I mean, it's kind of neat. We've kind of developed some friendships outside of actually playing D&D and stuff, which is really awesome.
Oh, that's awesome. That's super cool. Alrighty. My last question for you is, again, what would you say is your favorite moment from Shadow's perspective? Like, what have been, are there any big, epic, defining, adventurous moment?
The fight with the dragon and the caldera, and kind of like sprinting over and trying to draw the dragon, because I kind of had the idea that if I'm able to get over to his horde, that might make him breathe fire over here, which might hatch the egg, kind of like a la like just fantasy genre type of thing. You have to get the egg really hot, what's hotter than dragon's breath type of thing, and then it actually working was actually kind of really a neat kind of thing, and I really enjoyed that whole mission, even though I got dropped 4 times during it, but that's not the point.
Oh my god, breath weapon, giant splat.
Yeah, there's
so much hurt.
Shadow took a beating on that mission.
Yeah, she really did.
Alrighty. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy your Tealeaf Point, and I look forward to discussing the backstory mission, getting that sorted out.
Hell yeah, super excited.
All
Thanks,
right.
guys.
No problem. Have a good night.
All right.
You too.
Alright. Who is next?
Up next, we have a Shiana. We have a wolf among sheep.
Oh, the troublemaker themselves.
Troublemaker himself. Mr. Wolf, welcome.
I'm
welcome.
here.
I'm here, he says.
I'm here.
I don't believe you. There's no camera. You could be anyone. There you
There
are.
he is.
I'm here.
There's that beautiful face. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Tea Time. Happy to have you.
Thanks for having me.
All right. So, Wolf Among Sheep. Wolf Among Sheep plays as Shiana, the Shadar Kai Blade Singer Wizard. Super unique and interesting and in-depth character. I mean, as far as just the raw, like, I don't want to call it fluff because that seems derogatory, but just the raw essence of a character, I feel like, in my opinion, Shiana is one of the ones that you can really stand out and feel her presence, that sort of ominous, kind of creepy... Shiana? You know, what was your inspiration as far as kind of developing that? Even just the visuals, you know, with the tattoos that you described in that first session and everything.
So originally, Shiana was actually very family friendly. I had actually created her to be involved in one of Rudy's campaigns.
Okay.
And he ended up, moving out to you guys. And between me kind of building the Blade Singer and DMing my own campaign, I kind of had an NPC in mind, and I kind of melded the two together.
Okay.
To kind of make this, follower, worshiper of the Raven Queen. Just kind of something different, because wizards aren't, they're not big into religion. They're not really, god worshippers.
Right.
They're more science, arcane, that kind of thing.
Right.
I will say, buddy, I think I still have that backstory you typed up and emailed to me from what Shiana originally was. And holy crap, she is so bubbly and upbeat, like
Oh yeah.
herself. It's like
She
it's
was-
the
she was
craziest
gonna be-
thing.
She was gonna be like the ultimate book nerd. I think her name was Lucia.
Huh.
Yeah, it was something like slightly different, but man, what a shift in demeanor and just
Yeah.
character.
That's funny.
Yeah.
So, from what I understand, you've had a lot of D&D experience. You've DM'd, you've played as characters. What have you ever? Number one, have you ever played in sort of this West Marches style setting before? And if so, or if not, how does that differ from sort of the the other campaigns that you've been a part of or run?
So I've never played in West Marches before. This is my first go. One thing I've noticed about it is the consistency. I think it's been mentioned before. I think JPIC touched on it a little bit. There's, you're not stuck to a certain party of characters. And one thing that I've found, especially DMing my own campaign through people that I've met, like on Reddit and stuff, finding consistent players is really difficult.
Right, life just has a way of getting in the way of D&D.
Right. So this West Marches thing with the full, roster of 16 players, I think we have, it just keeps things consistent.
Right, which is really cool. And then even on an individual, the party dynamics are different. The mechanics, the strategies are different in every session that you're a part of.
Exactly, and that kind of melded Shiana to where she actually is currently. I was talking in the tavern voice chat before, and I was saying, there was kind of a thought process of her being a wizard that blows stuff up, and just be really hard to hit, and use the blade song that way. And then I started getting thrown into missions, with 3 mages and 2 rogues and things like that.
Right.
So she kind of just embraced being the tank, and now
The
she's
mage
more of a
tank.
frontline fighter.
Yeah. That's an interesting change and an interesting, you kind of took it upon yourself to give your character that versatility to be that frontline fighter if the call requires. And then having
Right.
that capability of also being able to work just fine on the back line as well. That's a really cool, way that your mechanics have come, and influenced just based off of the role-playing side of it too. That's really cool. So, if you guys missed it, Wolf was our first Tealeaf Adventuring Company member to spend those 10 Tealeaf points and unlock the backstory mission.
How does it feel to get a friend killed?
Yeah. Wow.
I do not take responsibility for that.
I was not going to ask that in such a blunt and direct manner, but
But
Yeah.
it
I
doesn't
actually-
matter. It's all your fault.
I blame Zeke for that. So it's,
wow.
I mean, if the mage just tanked better, it wouldn't have happened.
the mage
So-
was stuck. I blame Luke and his mechanics.
Yeah, so I was going to ask, what was your reaction? You've had a little bit of time to digest, you had a little time to, kind of see what it was about. How did it feel to kind of have a mission solely based off of Shiana's backstory? That's got to be kind of an interesting,
So I was talking about this in the tavern thing too. I'm gonna have to go back and watch the VOD because I know like there's moments that I completely just missed because it felt like a giant mind fuck, honestly.
That's how you know Luke's doing his job well.
And exactly, and I know we talked about it beforehand, and I kind of gave you the backstory.
Right.
A lot of it was broad, vague, and I just kind of told you, run with it. Like, whatever you want to do, I'll run with it.
Yeah.
And I couldn't have asked for a better turnout. Like, it was awesome. But I know definitely, like, I definitely got to go back, because I know there were probably some points when I like completely just missed things.
Just so in the moment that you kind of get that tunnel vision effect. That's cool. So Shiano has been a part of the tax since the very first mission, and so again, you've kind of had that experience of interacting and molding and kind of forming these bonds and friendships. The double fog cloud thing. I know you've been on a lot of missions with your fellow wizard. Let's get right into it. What relationships or bonds that Shiana has formed do you think are the most important to her, and especially given recent events? Are there any specific links that she's made with characters or NPCs or things like that you think really have sort of shown through?
I think the current backstory really fucked with her mind in more ways than just having somebody die. She was in it for herself to start with. I think the first mission she was even gonna run away.
Right, when those bandits, when things started getting sour.
Once the cleric went down, she was getting ready to just dip out of there, and then she kind of realized, these people need me. They're squishy, kind of thing. And she's still kind of learning the concept of friendship and bonds, that kind of thing. It's all very new to her. And just, the whole, people being sad and mourning Edith, she doesn't understand it.
Right.
I don't know if she has any, special, standout kind of bonds.
Interesting. There's almost sort of a kind of similar to Isaac, there's sort of that distance, that intentional walls that she puts up just because she knows the fragility of life, and sort of that sort of, there's that potential that any one of them could die on any mission, so...
And I think this may have given her a lot of, perspective on that. There's that word again, perspective. But I think, I think she was starting to kind of get a taste for the camaraderie. She doesn't really know how to go about it or work around it. And this kind of, I don't know, I guess it's maybe making her second guess herself, maybe even her own beliefs.
Oh, that's interesting. Oh, really cool. So one question I had for you, that because I know you've had a lot of, D&D experience, so in my personal experience, when I'm making a PC, or making a new character playing a campaign, or even a prominent NPC, I personally will take, I think all of us do this on some level, or subconsciously or otherwise, but you take a small piece of yourself and kind of put that into your character. Do you feel that that's the case with Shiana at all? Is there any sort of part of you as Wolf that you've kind of embedded in Shiana, or is Shiana something so outlandish, almost like an experiment that is so unlike your own personality that you're almost experimenting in your own head that way?
I'd say most of it's pretty much an experiment.
Okay.
If there's any part of me that's in Shiana, it's the standoffish, not knowing how to socially interact.
Okay, cool.
Just one word. In person.
That's interesting. Yeah, and that's interesting too. I feel like a lot of times a character can almost start as a question or a concept more than a living, breathing thing. It's more of this unanswered concept that you want to dig into and you want to dive into, and then build a character that can try to answer those questions for you. Makes sense.
And it's kind of like that, yeah, where you create this pretty much emotionless thing you add some emotion, but as you play them and actually role play with them, they tend to evolve.
Right.
And that's kind of where the character development, you kind of tie it together and make it more, character development than just on the fly changing your mind.
Right. So that's an interesting point. I mean, Sean's been around for, we're going on, next session's going to be the 20th session. Do you think that Shiana has evolved from the original iteration of her at all, or do you think she stayed pretty true to her character?
I think she's evolved, like I touched on, as far as like kind of getting a taste for camaraderie and friendship. I think Shad was the first person to call her a friend, and that kind of threw her back. And now she kind of, I think she was kind of feeling, here are the people that I want on my backstory mission.
Right, these are my closest friends, yeah.
Exactly, and now one of them died, so she's really conflicted as to, maybe friendship isn't even like a good thing.
Right, maybe it's a burden or a curse as opposed to
and people seem to be so upset by death and so afraid of it. Like, is her beliefs about death, are they even valid?
Huh.
Not to mention the NPC you threw into the backstory.
Yeah.
It's just it's a complete mindfuck to her.
Interesting. Very cool. So yeah, I guess
I got one to ask.
Okay, by all means, anybody.
So actually, this one's now geared towards you.
Okay.
Where does Rook go from here now? He's back to 0 TV points. Do you restart the 10 count, or does he have to go further?
So, backstory missions will still be unlocked for 10 points. You can still save up, so theoretically Shiana could spend another 10 and get another backstory mission.
Okay.
And those backstory missions will kind of still, I'm planning on leaving them intentionally unresolved in a sense. Like, the NPC got away for Shiana's backstory, right? That person, Deidre, is still out there. Maybe she'll come back. Maybe there'll be some more mayhem or whatever. But I want to sort of leave them open-ended enough so that there's still a story to be told. And I think specifically with the backstory mission, Shiana received Perspective, the first artifact that's made its appearance in the Tealeaf Adventuring Company campaign. Those artifacts, by their very nature, almost evolve and level up with you.
Okay.
And so I think the backstory missions are kind of a cool way, both thematically and mechanically, as, okay, you've earned the next tier of your artifact. And so as, you can kind of tie in the lore of these artifacts and the lore of their abilities and everything, and tie that into the character's backstory and sort of create something that's ever-changing, ever-evolving, ever-growing.
Gives it a proper reason for them to awaken and exalt.
Right,
Like,
exactly.
man, that was like the 25th bugbear you killed. I'm going to level up now.
Exactly. So that's kind of my mindset and where it's going with this.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Unless it's specifically designed to smite bugbears, so then that would make total sense.
Right.
So now we got Wolf teetering. Is he going to go for that straight 10, or is he going to go for some magical items
Right.
first?
I've always been, I wasn't just gunning for the backstory. There's just very limited magical items that I could see Shiana even wanting.
Right.
That's kind of how I fell into it with Tech Tech. With the exception of the one with the arcane gloves. Honestly, I've looked at every item and just kind of like, it doesn't really fit my character.
Yeah, there's
And even now, I have one. I'm sitting there going, I don't use it. So now what?
Right.
Yeah.
Because they can do so much already. It's like, what is it?
Right. And
I think I think I bid on maybe one. I think it was the amulet that boosted your constitution.
Yeah, I remember. I saw you bid for that, and I was like, oh, interesting. I piqued his interest enough. Wow.
But even then, it was like, I'll put 1 point in. If nobody wants it, I'll take it, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Oh, cool. Alrighty, and then the last question I have for you. I think I know the answer, but what was your favorite moment in any session? Backstory mission included, if you like.
I mean,
wow!
I wasn't gonna say it because I'd already garnered the ire of
the Edith's death. I kind of wish that it wasn't such a mindfuck because I missed a perfect role-playing opportunity to try to take one of her eyeballs and probably start inter-party conflict.
Dude, I would have loved that.
And that's how she feels about it. I don't know about a specific moment. If I had to pick a session, as good as the backstory one was, the Caldera mission with the dragon egg, I think, would be the most intense.
Yeah, that was definitely
That was a good
a
one.
lot going on, a lot of moving parts. That was cool.
Yeah, but I can't think of any specific
All right.
part, except for maybe when my attack finally worked and I did the Misty Step at the end there,
Yeah, that was sick.
and actually made something cool happen. Roll20 decided to be on my side for a change.
I think Shiana has the worst natural 1 to natural 20 ratio of any character. I think.
She's
Edith's was pretty bad too.
Edith's was pretty bad, but I think Shiana's is worse.
She's
Yeah.
getting up there with the 20s now, but it's not even the 20s. She just can't seem to roll higher than a 7.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, you've made it this far.
That's because of her AC.
Yeah, interesting. Alrighty, well, thank you very much for joining us tonight, Wolf Among Sheep. We love Shiana, we're happy to have her, and looking forward to your next adventure.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Have a great night.
We got
You
Peggy
too.
up next.
Peggy.
Yeah, so up next is Pengy Rage. Rudy, can you grab me another tea?
I could, but I'm not going to. I'm kidding.
Pretty. Would you grab
Actually,
me
I was
one of
gonna
those
get a
two?
drink. I was going to let you swap out
I got you.
Oh, my oh, okay, yeah.
because you're up next, right?
Well,
I was going to go and get a drink.
Okay.
I will put this in the fridge.
Peggy's there. I'm just going to grab her.
Give us a couple minutes, we're gonna grab drinks and stuff.
We're going to take a fire and
Do we have time in the schedule?
Not really, I didn't schedule a break, but we can, I mean,
just gives us time to shuffle.
yeah.
No worries.
Thank you very much, I appreciate it.
Do it live.
Yeah.
Do it live. So you didn't focus.
Yeah. No, I did not.
Alrighty. Pengy, are you there?
Hello.
Hey, we can hear you.
Oh, you don't
Welcome,
hear over here,
welcome.
huh? You don't hear over here, huh?
Very lit. Very
Okay, I got you.
Alright. Welcome aboard, welcome. I know you have a costume, so how did she turn her camera?
Bottom left of
Oh,
this.
here.
There we
There
go.
we
There we
go.
go. I think.
We're looking for
Oh
this
God.
Whoa!
What a costume!
Sorry.
It's okay.
I am freaking out, man.
Settings.
There, I check out the dog.
Okay.
There we go.
There it is.
Hey! Welcome aboard.
Hi.
Welcome to Tea Time. Welcome. Everybody.
All right.
This is Pengy Rage. Pengy Rage is playing as Willow, the Wood Elf Wizard. The newest appearing member of the Tealeaf Adventuring Company. So, I guess that's kind of my first question is how does it feel to kind of join something that's kind of, I think, relatively established itself at this point? How did that first sort of interaction feel? Were you nervous? Was it awkward? Did you feel kind of just like jumping right in, get your feet wet? What was kind of the experience like there?
I was definitely really nervous. I don't know. I was just nervous. It was fun though. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. It's definitely. I feel like in this sort of thing, and maybe you guys can provide some insight too. That like I feel like naturally in a D&D campaign, like you sort of form these bonds and these inside jokes, and sort of you're making these references to things that.
Oh, hi.
Oh hi, yeah,
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah,
You're
if you want
making
to
these.
show the happy rimmer to the camera,
Oh hi.
a drunk Tanuki did that.
Oh, hi. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
The inside jokes just
right.
form on
Yeah,
their
and
own.
so to be sort of on the outside trying to come in, do you feel like is there that's got to be kind of an interesting dynamic there? Like how do I navigate this in such a way that I want to be a part of this, but also might not even understand some of these references. That's got to be kind of an interesting dynamic. But despite all that, I think Willow has joined right in, has made a name for herself, has interacted with all the party members, and kind of made friends and sort of found her place in the guild. What was that? Do you feel that there was sort of you were met with welcoming arms in a sense? Like, do you think that your fellow party members and even like in the tavern chat and everything, like, what was your experience?
Yeah, I'd say so. I don't know. It's sort of like there's so many people to sort of meet, so it's hard to jump in and figure out like how to interact. I
Right,
guess.
yeah. There's a lot of personalities going on.
Yeah, and like sort of figure out who's who and stuff. So
Right.
that's sort of interesting. Still working on that.
Yeah. And I think that's kind of part of the reason why too that we
Drinking
have
shit. Don't worry about it.
we upload all those videos onto YouTube, just so if the inclination is there and someone really wants to get into it and kind of see what the party's been through, you can kind of go back and watch all that. And I know you specifically, and I kind of want to get into this too. Your first session was a pretty atypical one as far as these missions have gone.
Yeah.
You jumped right into the Accursed Archive, which was definitely a strange, bizarre session. Very fun, I hope, but also just kind of this weird dynamic. And you kind of got this, for lack of a better term, this existing big guy, this existing plot line, and you kind of had to weasel your way into that. How was that? You know, how was your kind of first experience getting your feet wet? You know, in that sort of weird archive session, did you feel like you were kind of pigeonholed in a sense, or did you feel like you had the ample opportunity to kind of show off your class features, show off some of the spells, stuff like that?
I mean, I'm still fairly new, and this is my first time playing a wizard, so I was sort of just along for the ride. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't think I was pigeonholed, but I was still trying to figure out what I was doing.
Right. Yeah. Your first session, you got a brand new character, you're trying to kind of figure out what spells do what mechanics, how they work, stuff like that.
Wizards can be tough.
Right.
Yeah.
Too.
And so it's kind of funny. What's interesting is when Pengy and I rolled up Willow, we were talking about different classes. We were kind of talking about character concepts, and I believe, if I remember correctly, it came down to just, well, let's just roll. You knew you would want to be a wood elf. That was kind of a.
Right.
But as far as a class, I think we ended up rolling for it, and you rolled.
We
12.
did, yeah.
Yeah, and you got the wizard. So how are you sort of feeling that the wizard fits your playstyle? Do you think that this is something that you're still experimenting with, or do you think it's something like, hell yeah, wizards are badass, like, let's go?
Probably a little bit of both. I'm enjoying it so far, but it's still like something I'm figuring out.
Yeah. I think magic casters, it's kind of a give and a take in that they're definitely more complicated and complex characters, and there's a lot more homework you kind of have to do in that sense. But also the reward of just being able to use magic creatively, I think, definitely has that huge payoff.
It definitely got easier over the years.
Yeah.
From second
Oh,
edition,
that's true. Yeah.
1 hit point wizard, pick out your spells to the level.
Right.
It was really complex.
So, Willow just hit level 2, and I believe we talked a little bit about it when we leveled you up. You went with the evocation specialization.
Yep.
Yeah. So, and we had talked a little bit about this, but I kind of wanted to pick your brain a little bit more about it. What was sort of the inspiration for going with evocation? Because I know you had sort of mentioned that sort of almost earthy, crunchy, sort of natural based.
So I sort of just, I'm still trying to figure out like Willow as a character sense somewhat. But as far as like for how her magic works, I guess I'm envision more like element based. So that's sort of where I went with that.
Yeah, that's a perfect fit.
Maybe not so much of a wizard make thing go boom.
Right.
But-
Yeah, but more of that
Yeah.
that tying naturally into the elements.
Right.
So that's really cool. Yeah, the Avatar-esque, yeah. Well, that's super cool. Let's see. Ooh, here's a question. So, when we were creating your character, you were very kind of you were sure of yourself that you wanted to play a wood elf. What about that race specifically? What about elves specifically draws to you? Is that just something from high pop culture, Lord of the Rings sort of stuff that elves are cool, or was it I personally will only play halflings. because halflings are the best
I
race.
never would have known that from you at all.
Never.
You hide it so well.
So is that sort of is that something that you think is kind of part of your player identity, or is it just a preference?
I don't know. I think elves are cool, pretty much. In the only other game I've played, I play a half elf, so
Okay.
I guess I sort of just stayed in that realm.
Yeah, you kind of stuck with your comfort zone. You know how they work.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Okay.
Instead of going half elf, just decide to go whole elf.
Just go full elf. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just send it. Okay. I like it.
Yeah.
Cool. Very cool. So what? So you're a relatively new D&D player. You've said you've played a little bit in the past. You're part of the Tealeaf Adventuring Company now. What sort of aspects of the game? What sort of parts of is it the combat? Is it that strategic sort of war game style aspect of the game? Or is it more of the role-playing, sort of the narrative, sort of the story part of the game that you find what part of the game draws you the most to Dungeons & Dragons? Or is it kind of a combination of everything?
I'm not sure.
That's
It's probably a
not possible.
combo.
Yeah.
I'm still figuring out and learning how to do the role-playing part a bit. But I like everything about it.
Yeah. And I think that it's interesting because I think depending on your background with gaming or fantasy and role-playing games and stuff like that, I think you can see players that are very Diablo-esque style players that are very mechanically based, kill shit, get with min-max, and players like that have a blast. And then you also have sort of the theater kids, I call them, that'll come in and love role-playing and can really build a complex, unique personality, but then when it comes to like killing some goblins, it's how do I roll dice,
Mm-hmm.
And so it's interesting to kind of see where each individual comes from in their own personal history and then how they approach D&D. So it's kind of cool that you kind of got your feet wet and you're kind of like exploring, dabbling with the role playing parts of it. You picked a wizard, which is a fairly difficult class to learn, but you've been succeeding with that pretty well, and it's very cool to kind of see that kind of come out of a brand new player, which is really cool. So I guess my last question for you is, you've only been in the archive session, the one session, but specifically from that, was there a specific moment or a specific attack or description of a scene or anything? What was your favorite part of that one session?
Not to put you on the spot.
Yeah.
Not at all.
I'm putting
Yeah,
everybody
I
on the
don't
spot.
know. I guess I could say when I got the first hit on the monster we were battling.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I think I probably would go with the end of it, the end of the episode, figuring out
Much tense.
Yeah.
who was gonna leave first or how we would all get out of there.
Yeah.
That was sort of fun.
Yeah, because if I recall, you were one of the first ones that approached the bell, and you had hesitated. You were like, "Am I just going to abandon these people, or am I going to stay and try to fight this thing?" And I remember
You probably should have just left.
yeah, no, I remember I felt so bad because I kind of misunderstood your question in the heat of the moment. But you were like, "Is this thing considered a creature?" And I was like,
Yeah.
"I don't know," and because you were planning on casting a spell on it that only has to target a creature.
Yeah, I
so
was thinking about it.
That was sort of a funny realization looking back on it of no, she was there to fight this thing if necessary, So that's kind of cool. I think those moments really help to, define your character's personality and sort of cement them, and those really difficult decisions, heat of the moment, kind of shape the way future decisions are made, which is really cool. Alrighty, anybody else have any last minute thoughts, questions?
No, I'm pretty.
Alrighty. Anything
Pretty
you wanted to
straightforward.
mention? No? Alright.
I don't have it.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry.
It's okay.
Alright, we can chat too.
No, it's all good. Alright. Well, thank you very much. Enjoy your Tealeaf Point. And look forward to having you in a future session. Have a good night.
Bye.
Thank you for joining.
You too.
Mhm.
See you.
Who's next?
What loser's next? Oh, I think it's me.
Oh, it's an Orsic.
It's an Orsic.
It's an Orsic.
Oh, sick.
Alrighty then.
I'm putting the hat back on. I love this hat.
Oh yeah, we can dismount our ears, as
Yeah.
it were.
honestly.
Hello, Reggie.
Good evening. Good morrow.
We don't have to keep that up.
No. Oh, God.
Can you fucking keep it down? I'm trying to fucking sleep!
Careful, you'll wake up the upstairs neighbor, Kraken.
2 floors up.
Oh, God.
Oh, my goodness.
Right. So, Orsic Klangberger.
I'll introduce myself. You've been drinking.
I have.
Orsic Klankberger III of the Clan Klankberger of the Frozen Reach.
I wonder what that is.
Gesundheit.
Yeah, your mom offered it.
Are you serious? Oh,
100%.
You're so adorable.
She's looking out for her favorite.
This
son.
is literally my second.
Oh, yeah, that's not that bad.
He's good. In worst case scenario, I've got a couch for him to crash on.
There
I'll
you
drive
go.
on myself because I've been drinking water.
Oh,
Come on, banger.
I'm perfectly sober, don't worry.
Yeah.
Okay, so Orsic. There's a lot to unpack here.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. So
You know, and I know.
yes. So I think a unique. So you are the wizard behind the curtain. WeeWoo Agonier is the one who sort of runs the Twitch side of things, manages chats. Because I don't know any of this crap. And so
What I do?
clearly it doesn't working pretty good so far.
More than you.
So you also have that unique perspective that you've been first-hand witness to every single session.
Oh, yeah.
So how does that kind of influence the way that you present Orsic?
Oh, I try not to pilot Orsic like I've seen everything.
Okay.
Because, again, I've seen every session that's going on, but I know that Orsic, for the most part, is either in the common area or working on some zany invention or
Right.
whatnot, as he does.
Right.
So
And-
separating myself is really
Okay.
where I have to go.
And we've kind of created Orsic in such a fashion that him and Reginald are old, long-standing friends.
Mm-hmm. Well, so when I was coming up with Orsic, my initial plan was as a backup in case somebody dropped last minute.
Right.
So Orsic was kind of going to be like in my mind, like a quasi NPC
Right.
that sometimes came along.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think we kind of had that in mind when we created the backstory and that dynamic and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And so I kind of wanted to set you up in a position where if you had that little sort of extra knowledge, it kind of made sense in character. Like, oh, you know a little bit of the history of Reginald and Marigold and all that.
Yeah.
So I think that that's really a cool dynamic that Orsic has been simultaneously evolved from that, almost promoted, and you're
Part of the old man's club.
yeah, you're a cornerstone of the Tealeaf Adventuring Company. You know what I mean? What made you choose Artificer of all the classes? I know you've got a cleric, you've got a bunch of different character concepts and everything. What drew you to the Artificer specifically?
So it's something I never really did, where I wanted to make somebody who focused less on, the normal combat aspects, and I wanted to focus on skills and crafting.
Okay.
And that was really what I was going for. I wanted to make somebody who was going to craft and build things for the guild.
Right. And now we've got the lab section of our Discord chat.
Yep.
And
Where
Well, I feel like a lot of this came where we knew you were kind of running the show versus playing so much. And it's
Yeah,
not that
right.
you can't do both. It's just one's a lot easier to do than the other.
it's a lot easier to sit there and monitor chat and do what I need to do instead of we're in the home game. I think I can role play my characters a little easier than I can Orsic because I'm still trying to
right, trying to
double up and keep up with everything. And,
Right.
Lunch.
Mhm.
I beat you.
Yeah. I was hovering.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Speak
boys.
of which, yeah. So you and I started off, and even with Tick, you know, this lab chat, this artificers are gonna artifice.
Yeah, we had a Discord message that was just
Artificer's gonna artifice.
whenever I came up with something. I remember the first night we brought Tick into it.
Yeah.
I'm like, Joe, go do this.
Okay.
And he's like, what? And he's like, oh, I didn't know I could do that.
Right.
Still don't know I can do that.
And I think something I want to touch on, because you know we both have DMing experience and everything. I think it's interesting how you have to DM a little bit differently depending on what class your players are playing.
Mm-hmm.
And something like the West Marches campaign, where we literally have just about every class, I feel like I feel a need to highlight each class specifically in a specific way. And with artificers, the best way to do that is that sort of freedom of tinkering, that freedom of experimentation, of trying things.
Mm-hmm.
And artificers specifically almost using gold as a resource to build shit. You know, whether it be sticky boom boom, whether it be, you know, the infusions that you're offering people. I think that's been a really cool dynamic that sort of evolved out of this.
Mm-hmm. Those are still 50 gold apiece for anybody that needs them.
Yeah. Get them while they're out. So how is that side of it been from your perspective? Because I know it's been super fun and rewarding from a human perspective.
I've really been enjoying it. I've been trying to do more along the lines of more of the backstory stuff, and I want to create more services for the guild. Like when we came back from the index mission, Orsic was like, oh my god, we need to find the book again.
Right.
So Orsic now has plans to build an artifact vault. Not that Reggie knows that yet.
Yeah.
But he's got it all drawn up, and he wants to, you know, start excavating and get people in on it.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Yeah.
I will say one of the things that I'm, to be honest, I'm a little disappointed in the lab is how open it is.
Yeah, there's
because it kind of screws me if you know, I'm upcharging for a service, and when I'm told it costs a certain GP to make, and I upsell 100%,
right.
I'm like, well, they know it cost me 50 or 45 GP to make the smoke bomb, and I'm charging 100. Really difficult.
Yeah.
Nobody faults for the upcharge too, because that is still your, like with the lab, we developed when I did Gregor's armor that he looks fat in.
That might be hands down the best insult so far.
Like a guy following Gregor in a tuba.
That's just the whole backstory mission. Is him walking down the street.
Go away!
If anyone doesn't realize that Tick is out for himself, they're clearly not watching him.
Yeah. So it was kind of that whole thing where it's like, okay, I can make this, you know, really a half price set of armor for Gregor, but Orsic couldn't do anything for 2 weeks.
Right.
Like, and I didn't sell infusions during that time. I didn't offer anything. Orsic was crafting.
And
Well, I think me and JPEG took that 2 weeks too.
Yeah. Again,
we did the sleep stuff.
Yeah, you're making the sleep stuff. So I definitely think that you know, as we get to more advanced and more ambitious kind of experiments and artificing and stuff like that and tinkering, I personally think that the time element of it is kind of a cool dynamic, and you know, doing it in real time, like this is going to take you 2 weeks where your character can't do anything else. I think that's really interesting as far as like, this is a huge project, but it's going to take you a month. Like, is that worth it? You know? And so that kind of, that element and that decision-making based thing is another kind of the thing I want to explore, which I think is kind of interesting.
It's going to get interesting, and we have other people in the guild that are going to start
kind of
putting in the like, you know, JPIC has his trap making stuff that we're going to be able to maybe capitalize on.
Right.
Maybe when we build that vault.
We can handle that comment for sure. Getting this on YouTube to follow it?
Oh yeah.
100%.
Oh, definitely.
Cool.
Wednesday?
We have Tuesday.
Tuesday.
We could do Tuesday, I guess.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, either one. We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out. We'll do things at times.
I was going to upload it a day that wasn't TGR day, but...
Okay, well, Wednesday's fine.
Okay. Whatever. Let's see. What has been your because Orsic is such a strong personality. He comes off, and I think you put a lot of effort to make him just a very...
He's kind of an asshole.
What has
Hot calling the kettle black?
What have been some of your favorite interactions as far as dynamics that you formed? Like we had like the scuff between Orsic and Isaac.
Yeah, the tavern chef.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think.
Well, we had the one night where I slipped out of character.
Yeah,
right.
That you DM'd us outside of it.
Yeah,
Was like, guys, take your. I was like, no, I just messed up.
Yeah, like Orsic is a dwarf. He's going to be stubborn. He's going to have these strong personalities.
Right.
Yeah, and that's how I play my dwarfs. It's kind of like easy little man. But that's what I see. Like, if he was around other dwarfs, I think you'd see more of this like first scene of The Hobbit with, the midnight meeting and dinner and everything. And
interesting. Okay.
Whereas with the humans and everybody else, he's not really. He's out of his element, so he's coming off as crude, short-tempered, a little bit boisterous, I imagine.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, how, from your perspective, because you've been there along for every single session, in maybe in character, out of character. How do you think the overall sort of connective narrative has been as far as as a player, not as part of a TGR staff member, as purely from a player perspective? Do you think that that's something tangible and appreciable and something you look forward to, or do you think it's more of just sort of a for the really diehard people that are gonna nerd out over it, it's there, or do you think that that's how? What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's interesting how you might have a guild member that doesn't remember Selena's crew, like where we went from the mission with the Daiban?
The Daiban order?
Daiban order?
Yeah.
And you and I were on that one to...
Where you effectively doused Cricket in oil, so...
Yeah.
Look, if Cricket dies, we riot, and if it's my fault, you kill me. Simple as that.
Everything she names dies.
Yeah.
Snacks is next.
Wow. But then you kind of went, and you had an entirely different crew that met, not the Daiban, but
the Black Tide?
The Black Tide.
Yes.
And they met them. I'm sitting there watching it, I'm like, I know them! And I'm sitting there and like, none of them do. But I do.
Oh, it's interesting.
Yeah.
It's almost like I want to interact. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. How do you think, as far as, and again, kind of meta, kind of taking a step back, as far as, I say we have a Reginald mission coming up, we have a Selena mission coming up, we have a Marigold mission coming up. How do you think that has sort of influenced the meta of the Tealeaf Adventuring Company as far as the players go? Do you think that that's or is that sort of a consequential thing?
Well, I like my Shaynar missions because I like fucking with Shaynar.
Yeah.
As crickets, and well, now the index thing is an entirely different situation.
Yeah.
But I think I think my favorite missions for the most part have been the Selena ones.
Yeah.
Even when I'm not playing in them.
Okay.
So
I've kind of got unwritten rules that I loosely follow as far as the rewards and the themes and everything.
Mm-hmm.
As far Selena missions are going to be the ones that have the most gold payout, but the magic items might be a little, or as opposed to Marigolds might not get gold, but you're going to rack up the experience, and there might be powerful magic items, kind of that.
Mm-hmm.
Shit.
I like
or
that.
a freaking dragon.
Right.
I like that.
Yeah, and so they're not rigid. They're just sort of something I have in the back of my mind that are
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's kind of.
I know there was a couple weeks early on where we still had you had a this or a this.
Yeah.
And I think implementing the poll bot, we could probably get into a situation where you can start doing. Okay, well we got this one, but we also have this one.
Oh, that's a cool concept. Yeah,
Yeah.
giving people more of that flexibility, that
Yeah.
choice.
If you can, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Because obviously that's.
Well, you named the party on Tuesday.
Yep. You can,
By that night, you could put the bot up too,
yeah.
and then see what they
That's a
want to
really
do.
good
And
concept.
Kind of giving, not necessarily giving them what they realize as control, but getting them ready to actually go into choosing and being like, okay, well,
Gotcha.
giving the players a little more of what they're going to be doing.
Okay, cool. I like that. All right, and my last question for you, the same question for everybody. What has been your favorite Orsic moments?
I
if
have
it's
two.
not when he split the dude with the fucking laser beams, I don't know what is.
That's one of them. Because that was one of my, like, I just sat there and I'm like, okay, I'm going to die here. All right, it's time to die. Really cool. And I'm just like, I gotta turn on the security system again.
Mm-hmm.
The other one was when I realized that I was set up to do with the in the index mission, where I'm sitting there like, man, I really hope I crit on this. It was a crit.
It was a crit. Oh yeah, with the
vicious
Bloodmire rod and the vicious bat. Yeah,
and I did like 6 die of damage on
Yeah.
it. Yeah, that
that was a beautiful crit.
wonderful.
Yeah. Against like a really hardy defensive creature.
Mhm.
The defensive stats on that thing were just.
And of course now everybody knows that the vicious battle axe is spring loaded for some reason. There's always tinkered with it, and it's like, toon, and that's what causes all the extra damage from the crits.
I love it. Very cool. All right. Well, thank you very much for your
Mhm.
time.
Thank you. It's been fun.
Enjoy what you were playing.
Oh, of course. I will probably spend it on nonsense or to keep from dying.
Yeah, that's an important one.
You can stay for one more.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
okay.
sit.
Hang out.
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
eating chips. We're good.
All right.
I think
Up
we
next.
we had
This is
a
my
milk
dinner: a
burrito.
triple IPA and a fucking bag of Doritos. Let's
You're
go.
doing
Next we
great.
have
We should have ordered
Randolph.
pizza. I wasn't even.
Oh,
That's why I asked if people ate.
Well, I mean, I ate, but like that was like.
all right.
5
I'm gonna
hours
pull in.
ago.
Oh, nope, she went.
Yo, Purr, you could still jump in the end. Like it's
Yeah,
It's
let's
not.
No, it's we don't have a hard cutoff. Per.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a pasta.
We got a pasta master. Hello.
drag her in.
Nacho
Yep,
Doritos.
she's in. You got this quick.
There you go. Hello.
Hello.
What's
Hola,
going on?
chica.
Connecting my video.
Well, the camera works this time. You're not just like frozen.
Oh my god, I love it.
This is my motivational tunic.
There you go.
Pain is just pain entering the body.
Well, that,
I mean,
that's
sure
perfect.
works.
That's amazing. Well, welcome to Tea Time. We're happy to have you. Everybody, this is Pastamancer, who plays as Narendal, the half-elf celestial warlock, and the MLM champion of the Tealeaf Adventuring Company. All right.
True.
So, one question I kind of want to dive right in with you and kind of put you on the spot a little bit is, so, Narendal is, how do I phrase it? Narendal is a fun, sort of lighthearted, kind of a meme of a character in a sense, right? Like, your whole aesthetic is this sort of fun, kind of goofy, charlatan, multi-mark type thing. But yet, you're still capable of having these, like, serious, role-playing, kind of, like, impactful moments. How is that kind of balance, been going on for you? Like, that's got to be kind of a difficult thing to pull off.
I'm glad it seems so to you that you think that there's some kind of forethought or planning. Yes, I thought this is all very thoughtful. Everything I do.
You're just kind of rolling with the book. Okay, that's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I just have this idea, like, she's not terrible. She's just kind of like that coworker who, like, isn't an axe murderer, but she just kind of gets on your nerves if you talk to her for more than 5 minutes. Like, like, say good morning quieter kind of lady,
Yeah.
So, I think I just I want to be involved in the story, and then I think that's when I'm forgetting that she's just, like, a vapid person. So, I think she deserves to have depth.
She's
You
the
know?
vice Karen.
Yeah. I think it's interesting how that West Marches campaign, this setting, this whatever
Format.
this form, thank you, kind of allows for that sort of characters that might not necessarily shine in like a normal campaign. I think Narendal is kind of a prime example of something that's fun, that's lighthearted, that everyone loves and is having a blast with, and yet, you know, you're absolutely 100% nailing it as far as this format goes.
Well, thanks.
Yeah.
It's just like I mean, it's you set up the format, and it's just so easy when everyone's made a character that's like got enough of a shtick where it's like stabs Cricket, you know her shtick, and like
Right.
everyone Cricket's name, like just name dropping Cricket every interview, but like everyone's got their own like very distinct cool thing they have going on, so it's easy just to jump in on that. It's like a good community and a good system. So good job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one of my like most sincere compliments I've received about this is from you, and I think you said something like the Tealeaf Adventuring Company is kind of like the cafeteria table at lunchtime in high school that has all the people that like you want to go and talk and hang out with, and that was like wow, like that was really beautiful and like so simple, and that was kind of like a really cool comment that you made.
I mean, it's how I feel.
Oh, well, we appreciate it.
Yeah.
So, Narendal's got this sort of quirky, funny, zany backstory. How does the Celestial Warlock kind of play into that? What was kind of the decision on that specific subclass and class for, you know? Was that sort of just darted dartboard, or it works? Like,
so the Celestial Warlock mechanically, I was like, for starting at level 1, I want to maybe make it to level 2 someday. So I wanted to, like, I thought that was a good, like, easy kind of cheaty mechanic to have free, like, distant heals.
yeah.
And then I just thought of it like a character, like a multi-level marketing thing. It's just kind of everywhere. Everyone loves to hate like the memes about the multi-level marketing thing, and like they're gonna make you healthy and they're gonna change your life, and it's all wrapped up in this like seems altruistic, and they kind of like believe it. And maybe it would be funny if a Celestial was like, "You are gonna help people. I'll help you help people," and you. That Celestial done goofed, like, honestly.
That's amazing. Oh. So, this is a question I haven't asked yet that I think is kind of an interesting topic to discuss. So, we actually have 2 Celestial Warlocks in Tealeaf Adventuring Company. So, we have Narendal and we have Brenna.
Mm-hmm.
2 same class, same subclass, 2 completely opposite personalities, right? Like, or maybe not opposite, but 2.
I think there is actually a little more similarities in them than is obvious at first, especially when they play together.
Yeah.
Like Brenna is in it for the money.
Right.
Like she wants to make money by healing people.
Right.
That's just what she does.
It's interesting. So from your perspective, because you've actually been in, I think, a couple sessions where you had Brenna alongside with you. Do you feel that there's any sort of like stepping on toes of having 2 of the same subclass in the same party, or do you think that you're distinct enough that you don't really notice?
I don't think we're as far as like our mechanics. With you as our DM, never.
Oh.
There's always enough to heal. Yeah, no, we're good. I do have like I guess a little bit more conscientious about like maybe I shouldn't try to do guiding bolt all the time, because I know she probably has that, I mean all the guys. If we all guiding bolt together, maybe one will actually hit. So
guiding bolt doesn't hit anything. That's the truth.
That's true. It's the single most inaccurate spell in all of
It's
these.
the Stormtrooper Blaster.
It really is.
So yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't really feel like maybe for a second, then I don't know. Not really. I think we're good.
It's something that crosses your mind, but something that hasn't been a worry for you.
Yeah, because I think in combat, I don't. It's mostly just like, at least for me, like, what can I do next? Something changed. Oh, and I'm not really thinking about it.
Right. It's all
anything
kind of, spur of the moment sort of decision making. Okay. So that sort of kind of taking things as they come mindset. as far as like the future of Narendal, like, do you have any sort of forethought as to like maybe a potential multi-class or like what spells am I going to take next level, or is that all just sort of in real time decisions made as they come up?
Yeah, I was thinking like maybe I always forget the name of the bard, but the sparkly look at me bard, just for the sake
Glamour
of
bard?
it will help her. Glamour bard, because she can like just be like, sparkly, look at me convince you to do more things. Like I feel like that's definitely her shtick, and it would be fun to. I don't know. I feel like that's even more Mimi. Like I was like a multi-level marketing lady, but look, I learned a secret talent that I'm mediocre at, and I'm gonna.
Oh my god, I love it.
So I think that would be like very on brand. But that would be if I survive. I didn't know that she was gonna even get to whatever level she's at now. So, we'll see if she keeps surviving. I mean, I'm not planning very long term. So.
Well, after last week, no, nobody should.
Right? Yeesh. Those
Yeah.
crits.
All right, I got one.
What's up?
So forgive me, I really don't know your backstory here in person. How did you find out about TGR and the West Marches campaign?
Well, that's a good question.
I just talked to Luke.
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys are actually friends. Like I don't.
Yeah. So.
Okay. No. See, like I don't know this. Like I said, I don't know the backstory.
Narendal Posse used to work with Emma at the vet clinic, so we were Facebook friends, and
Okay.
I was putting stuff up about TGR and our West Marches campaign, and I don't know if I reached out to you or you reached out to me or something, but we both like D&D, and so one of us, I forget specifically who reached out, but I was like, it just was, it clicked.
I was like, yeah. I think you might have put something like posted a general like status, and I was like, oh, more D&D that I can. And so, I definitely messaged you about it. I was very intimidated by the whole format because playing online and like even right now my heart's like I'm talking to people on the internet, more people watching. Answer me because I'm weird about cameras and like shy and like weirdly shy, but this has been really cool because like I said, it's just like that feeling of I guess I'll go see if these kids will let me sit with them, and they're like, we're cool kids, fine. It's been fun. So.
That's super sweet. Thank you. Yeah, that's awesome. Alrighty, same question I'm ending with for everybody. What has been your favorite Narendal moment?
I don't know.
Specific?
I really liked. I don't know that it's a me moment, but like bonding with Cricket by turning her into a cow that just like punched things was wonderful. We had like a mascot, but I think there was that moment of like bonding with a unicorn and that celestial like, this is your destiny. We're going to touch the unicorn. Oh my gosh, it's like everything's in my life, and then like just a gourd head rolls like into her lap. That was just a poetry. Very dark poetry.
Yeah. Hags, they'll do that.
Goddamn hags.
Yeah.
Frickin' the hags. They're one of my favorite monsters to play.
They are good. They are good.
I love hags.
Narendal, thank you so much for being a part of the Tealeaf Adventuring Company.
Yeah, we appreciate
Seriously,
we like having you.
It's been amazing. Thank you so much, and we always look forward to having you in our future sessions.
Thanks.
All right. Have
Bye.
a lovely night.
Bye.
Talk to you soon. Enjoy your Tealeaf point.
Who next?
We got a Calvary.
Up next, we have a Kelverina.
Pulling her in. Never mind, she's in on her own.
Oh, look at that.
I'm ready and I'm coming at
She's ready to go. She's
That was
eager
me.
and waiting.
Oh, that was you?
Oh, you did it.
Oh, you're good at that angle.
Wow. Hello, can you hear us?
Pip pip cheerio.
She's muted right now.
muted.
So, oh, wait. Oh, things are working.
Oh my goodness! Wow!
I love it. That is the Oktoberfest.
Awesome.
I'm in it.
Wow! That is amazing.
Just so you know, you are still
Oh,
muted.
she's muted. Okay. You gotta unmute yourself real quick.
Okay.
There we go.
Hey! That is so amazing!
Hi. I've had a busy week.
Wow,
I can see
Karen.
that.
Wow. Oh my gosh. Wow.
With
And
tea.
She's got tea too.
Awesome.
Oh wow. That's so awesome.
Does it say gin on
Hi.
that cup?
I have a potion as well.
You went all out. Oh my
That's
goodness.
fantastic.
That's amazing.
It's
Awesome.
Here I am with my stupid shirt.
I went TGR preprint.
And I like dressing up, so this is a good reason to do the costume that I was going to do last year but ran out of time.
Wow, well,
There you go.
Alright, so everybody, this is Calbrina. Calbrina plays Brenna, the human celestial warlock. Oh, I actually unintentionally did our celestial warlocks back to back.
There you go.
Kind of cool. So, interestingly enough, I did a little bit of looking into Tealeaf stats before this, and Calbrina is actually tied with Cricket for the highest fan favorite to appearance ratio.
Okay.
Yeah, so Brenna is one of the most beloved members of TAC.
Turns out when you almost kill.
So what happens when they both fail the same mission? When they just both die?
Oh,
That's gonna be
a riot.
Yeah.
It really is.
We're gonna burn down the guild hall, I guess. I don't know. So
My stuff
It's
is
gonna be the
there.
fucking Tulsa massacre in Tealeaf Adventuring.
Just wait for Tic-Tic's backstory. That's all coming to get him.
So, another interesting fact about Brenna is you have the most healing done of any member of the Tealeaf Adventuring Company by a mile.
Yeah.
Like, the amount of healing that Brenna does is absurd. And with kind of an interesting subclass. Like, you know, Celestial War, like, granted, they're based on healing, but what was...
They're not good at it.
Right. What was your decision between what was your decision on choosing that subclass as sort of a healer, as opposed to something more traditional, like maybe like a life domain cleric? Like what was the deciding factor for that specific class and subclass combo?
I am a serial healer, no matter what game I play.
Bubble difference, Freudian slip.
So I wanted to okay, well, I don't want to only ever play healing, but yeah, I do. So I was a paladin in my first long campaign, and then right now I'm a druid in my other campaign. They're both really good at healing, so I'm like, how can I be a healer and just do it the jankiest way possible, but still be good? And so I'm like, okay, well, I need that very human feat. Get that healer's kit feat, and just get a little boost from being a celestial warlock, and it's working out. And that's staff. Ooh.
Yeah, that Blood Mine Rod, that's really sick.
Love the Blood Mine Rod.
Yeah.
Much happy with that.
Well, that's really cool. So I guess I kind of touched on this question. I forget who I asked it to previously, but so you said you always play healers as characters, right? You enjoy that. Do you think that is based off of some sort of your own personal sort of personality or lifestyle or anything, or do you think that's just sort of a preference that has come up kind of willy-nilly?
It's definitely my personality. I mean, I love animals, and I work at a vet clinic, so I take care of animals, and I like taking care of things. And I really hate character death. I hate NPCs dying. I hate characters dying. I hate it all. So, if no one else is going to do it, I have to do it. Otherwise, things are going to die, and it stresses me out.
So session 19 might have been hard for you, huh?
Yeah. Well, especially because you and Ace Pangolin are friends. You guys play D&D outside of this too. Yeah. So
Wait.
that's...
Did you go to D&D in costume tonight?
And costume master.
Did you hear Kraken's question?
What was that?
Did you go to D&D in costume tonight?
No.
The look of defeat over here was up there.
This is way too hot.
Yeah.
For... I'm going downstairs and changing immediately.
How do people wear this on like a daily basis? I don't know.
I don't know.
All right. So, one thing I really appreciate about Brenna that, as far as your backstory, is I feel like a lot of times when people create backstories, there's this sort of need for the dramatic and the flair, and sort of this like, oh, you know, my parents died and I grew up on the streets, and there's this sort of
sweet edge.
Yeah, there's this sort of like edge that people kind of feel compelled to put in their backstory. But Brenna is very simple and very just like, yeah, I'm a medicine woman. making money to support my mom, just kind of like, and there's something kind of beautiful about that, just sort of like rising up out of the muck of like that just sort of simplistic lifestyle, you know, and becoming a hero out of that. So what was kind of what are your thoughts about that?
That's pretty par for the course for me. I don't ever do big dramatic dark backstories too much. I just like, you know, you start at level 1, you don't have a whole lot of interesting things in your life, and you need a reason to go out there and be an adventurer, because, you know, it takes a lot to walk away from an otherwise, even if it's boring and mundane or you're poor, it's like, you know, you need a reason to, you know, go out there and risk your life. So
right. There's that one tweet, I think, from like I think it's like Marisha Ray. It was like, hey, you want to leave your comfy, cushy lifestyle and your wife and kids and go fight a vampire dragon? And that's just like, fuck off. Like, you know, it kind of makes sense that there has to be some compulsion, some conviction that makes someone go and take this inherently risky and dangerous lifestyle. So it's kind of cool.
And Brenna's what inspired me too is I have a coworker who she was raised by a single mom, and she just loves her mom. And I'm just like, I've met other people who were raised by just their mom, and they just love it. But I'm like, I love you, Mom, but not like they do. So it was fun for me to be like, it's like, she, you know, Brenda's mom was, she was raised just by her, and she's got like a whole little gaggle of children, and you know, she wanted to, like, you know, be just a mama's girl.
Okay, oh, that's really cool. So you're kind of taking inspiration from experiences that you haven't personally felt, but have seen, and trying to kind of fill that shoe and kind of see what that's like. That's really cool. That's really interesting. We got to talk about that archive session.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness. So, spur of the moment decision. You had the highest charisma in the party. Shaynar targeted
13
you.
could have beat that party, though.
Right? What was kind of what was going through your head as that tense sort of last half hour of that session was going down?
I thought, okay, clearly this is a bad guy, but why would Brennan think he's a bad guy? Because, you know, he's friends with Amy, and, you know, they hired us. So, but as soon as he started complimenting her and saying, I've always seen so much in you, and you're so smart, it's like, no, Brenna has absolutely, like, no self-esteem about that at all. So it's like, okay, this guy is, like, really blowing smoke up my ass, and he's lying to me, and it's very obvious, and I'm not going to listen to him. But then I failed all my saves.
Yeah. But, so we obviously talked after that session, and there was sort of a lore drop there from what you learned from that.
Yeah.
How do you feel like, because Brenna is such a sweetheart, right? Like, she's a very, you know, simplistic, wholesome, lovable, you know, motherly character. What is your future plan as far as, you know, like, you clearly took some time off, you're going to find Mom, you brought half the company with you. Yeah. Like, what's kind of the future for Brenna at this point?
Well, Brenna is very nice to everyone in the guild, but she's like big time imposter syndrome, and so she's not like an unnice person, but she's just like, oh my god, these people, look at them, look at Orsic, like, look at them all, they're all wearing like crazy flashy gears, and they have interesting lives, and I'm just like, oh my god, I'm way out of my league, I don't belong here. So she's over the top nice compared to what she normally be, and she's really not, she'll follow the coin. So if Shaynar showed up, he's like, hey, you want to get, you know, you want to take a nap for me to see and rule the world and make money? Well, maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe not.
That's interesting. And it is kind of interesting that, you know, such this, you know, outwardly wholesome, loving character is motivated primarily by money. You know? That's kind of interesting that there's almost that vice, there's that weak spot. That's interesting.
But it's also a good place.
Yeah.
Send it home to Mom.
Now, do you think it's important when you're, because you DM, if I'm not mistaken?
Yes.
Okay. So you DM, you've played D&D for a while. How do you feel, like, when you're creating a character, whether it be an NPC or a big bad evil guy or a player character, how important is it, do you think, to create a character with tangible flaws like that, or tangible vices. Do you think that's something that is a conscious choice that, you know, makes something more well-rounded and real, or is that something that sort of just occurs naturally because everyone's human, essentially?
I think it's important to make a character interesting. It's also an easy way to make them interesting. So it's like win-win. Like, you need it, and it's easy to do. If everyone, there's no one who's like a perfect hero, and there's no one who's truly evil, so you gotta have, you know, some nuances. And so if you give yourself some flaws, it gives you some role-playing opportunities, and gives you a reason to sympathize with the big evil guy.
Right.
And then you're like, oh no, what do I do? I get his big evil end speech. You know, sign me up. I'm gonna find the poem.
I agree with that
Yeah,
wholeheartedly.
Kind of like what we were talking about earlier, that, you know, that the villain is ultimately right. It's just the means don't justify the ends. You know,
The sympathetic villain.
right.
Yeah.
And so I think there's kind of also that sympathetic hero of, like, you know, oh man, you know, Brenna's come from
They're not perfect.
right, these not perfect heroes, which is kind of a cool concept to explore.
I can get along with that. I've played, you know, Bertram.
Yeah.
Started out as, well, a really bad life cleric. Let's be real here.
That's really interesting.
I gotta hand it to you. You did your best, though.
Yeah. Oh, shots fired. All right.
Nope, this time.
So, kind of I guess, to follow up on Kraken's question too. So, how did you find the game room, and how did you find the West Marches campaign?
Oh, it's a real fun story. So
Okay.
I'm friends with Ace Penguin and Happy, you know, Ezekiel and Edith.
Yeah.
In real life, they're in our Sunday game, and we watched them because they told us they were gonna be on it. We're like, okay, that's something. We'll watch that.
Okay.
And then the next week, we're like, okay, you know, they were really nice. We should support them. We should tune it again. And then our friend Pastamancer was there, and Pastamancer doesn't know the other ones. We're like, what the hell is this? So
no kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, that's such a small world moment. That's so funny.
Yeah, that was really cool. I was like, oh my god, my friends are on there. I gotta get there. So.
That's
Well, they can't
super
get enough
awesome.
of TV on, so
Yeah.
it made sense.
That's super awesome. We're happy to have you.
It's fun.
That's what she's asking.
What?
Sorry.
Oh, all right. So I guess my last question for you is, what is your favorite Brenna moment of this campaign?
Oh, I have to say the Shaynar stuff.
Yeah.
Last episode
I'm
for
alright for
sure.
that.
It's like she's just kind of like aimless, like, oh, I'm sitting around making some money, but now it's just like, ooh, you know, shit's real.
Yeah.
So
It's,
there are things to think about, you know, motivations or, you know, alternate paths in life. So it's really opened up a lot of things to think about, and really good.
that's really
I'm
cool.
kind of nasty on the road, I have to say, but you know.
All right. Anything else you wanted to bring up? Anything else you wanted to talk about?
No, just thank you for doing it every week.
Oh, thank you.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you.
Absolutely.
You provide the healing, and that's all I
Yeah.
appreciate.
Everyone appreciates a healer.
Really, truly.
That's right.
Seriously.
Yeah, that's right. It's good to be needed.
All right. Well, we appreciate you so much. Thank you for hanging out. Enjoy that Tealeaf point.
Thank you.
All
I
right.
need it. It's cool.
Have a lovely night.
Thanks.
I
Bye.
think we're at my two most expected. The two interviews I've been looking the most forward to.
Really interesting. All right.
You know, I'm really tempted to just pick all the favorites that everybody absolutely loves outdoors and take them on the incredibly dangerous mission to see what the fuck happens.
Is it
All right.
Happy Buttercup?
I believe it is, right?
Yeah, we got Happy Buttercup up next.
We lost.
Oh,
We lost Rudy.
Never mind. We got him back.
All right, leave.
welcome.
Oh,
There you
hello.
are. What's
Oh,
going
he's only
on?
got two
It's
eyes
me.
right now.
Welcome to Tea Time. Happy to have
Yep,
you.
no, I'm happy to be here. There's no cursed third eye here, as you can
Alright.
see.
Excellent.
Dan,
Huh?
computer's not.
Is that a ghost?
My computer. Yeah, it is. What?
Oh, God.
You mean this plugin, right?
Oh, never mind.
You know the cord you keep tripping over this whole time? Yeah. Sorry about
No worries.
that.
How do you, what? So you play as Ezekiel Redtree, the human
That's me.
conjuration wizard.
That's me.
All right.
I love to conjure.
All right. So you, from what I know about you, you have lots of D&D experience. You DM, you play as players in various campaigns. You've been playing this game for a while.
Oh yeah.
How did you originally get into D&D? Like, what was your...
That is I was actually talking to Ace Bangle and Corinne, my wife, about this earlier today because we were talking about being on this. So my aunt works for Random House Publishing, and back in the 90s, they had distribution rights for TSR. Before Wizards of the Coast owned the Dungeons and Dragons IP. So she would get tons of free Dungeons and Dragons books. So when I was a kid, like 7 or 8 or 9, she would just give me D&D books because I thought they were cool. Because they had all sorts of crazy stuff in them.
Right.
But I didn't know how to play. And these were all 2nd edition, like advanced Dungeons and Dragons books. So, all that good stuff. And then when I was 11, I started going to a local game store to play like Magic the Gathering and stuff like that. And that was right in 2000 when 3rd edition D&D came out. And I just started playing it with people at the store when I was 11 years old. And I'm 31 now. I've been playing it consistently since then, basically.
2 decades.
Wow. Yeah, I skipped 4th edition completely. I played 1 game of 4th edition. I hated it, and I went right back to 3.5 until I hopped on 5th edition.
Okay, I can appreciate that.
I jumped 2nd to 4th.
Oh, that's crazy.
So my first official D&D experience was actually 4th edition, and I was like,
oh my god,
this is awesome. And then I went back to Pathfinder or 3.5, and I was like, oh my god, this is so much better. Like, wow, this is real hardcore. And then
super streamlined to real nitty gritty.
Yeah, and then I kind of love 5th edition because it's sort of the balancing point between the two, where it has that core grit feel, but it's intuitive enough that you're not spending half an hour looking through tables and flowcharts and stuff.
And you can make it more complex and like mold it more the way you want with 5th. I feel like it's very flexible, which I like a lot. Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah.
So one thing I wanted to say, and this is definitely a big shout out to you, is I feel like there's a certain energy that you and Ace bring to a game that I feel like out of all of our players, you two seem to have like the most fun of you guys seem to absolutely have a blast every time you're in a game, and that's like a super awesome feeling. Like as a DM, but like that contagiousness of just the excitement and the emotion and the joy. What I guess what is what does D&D mean to you as vague and pointed of a question as that is? Like,
oh god, how pretentious do I want to get about this?
5 out of 10 probably a good name.
5 out of 10? Okay.
It's worth 1 point. You tell me what that 1 point's worth. I can tell you right now, your wife means a lot to her.
I'm a huge fan of just like storytelling in general. I love movies, I love books, I love just any kind of fun story. And to me, Dungeons and Dragons is something so near and dear to my heart because it is a story that I can interact with other people. And the more into it everyone is, the better it gets. Right. So I want to do my part because I enjoy it de facto. Like I just like playing the game, but I want to express that to everyone when I'm playing because I feel like that makes it easier for everybody else to kind of get on board with just getting goofy and having a fun time and just letting it all kind of hang out, so to speak. And the less inhibited everybody is and the more fun everybody's having, I just think it makes a better story.
It's a positive feedback loop. It's that
exactly.
That's super cool. And I think you are absolutely succeeding in that regard. And that
Thank you.
I will say Tick has a wonderful time with Zeke.
We haven't played together such a long time. I've been missing that little guy.
Work the priority list. I mean, we're getting a lot of players. But due to that increased players too, only having the 3 priorities, like it is starting to shuffle around a bit, which is really cool.
I got something for So, Zeke, probably hands down, one of my favorite characters consistently to watch play.
Thank you.
How, with recent events, is that going to change for Zeke?
Ooh.
I've been thinking about that a lot.
Shot number 3 taken.
I posted something in Tavern Chat a couple hours ago to kind of.
I haven't seen it yet.
I have
It's
seen
good.
it.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's good.
It's probably all I'm gonna say until the next time I play.
I don't know.
But Zeke will not. There's gonna be changes,
Slowly turning
and I'm
into
not
Jedi.
saying I'm not gonna completely. I'm not going to completely tear down what he is right now, because that'd be ridiculous. I like playing him as he is right now.
Right.
But there's gonna be changes. I've already thought of some stuff that I want to change about just how I role play him.
Okay.
Because Zeke is a 19-year-old. He's a naive 19-year-old noble boy, fresh out of a not so successful run at wizarding school.
Okay.
Who was just in it for the fame. He wanted to be a cool, famous adventurer. And I think this last session with Shiana and Edith and Isaac and Chameleon and all of them, and in this horrible situation, was a reality check for him in a lot of ways. So I think some of that naivete is going to have to fade away a bit. Because he's a bright-eyed summer child who has just been smacked in the face with reality.
Right.
Yeah.
Really hard.
Big time.
So I've got some ideas, and I'm really excited to play, and I'm especially excited to interact with Shiana more in upcoming situations.
That's going to be really interesting. And
suffice to say, sorry to interrupt,
No, go
but
ahead.
my spell choices, because I just hit 4th level. My new spells that I picked very heavily reflect that.
I was actually
as well.
going to ask you about that, because I think Ezekiel is one of these characters where, I've kind of asked a little bit about like these signature spells, and one thing that's really cool about your playstyle is you take these normally kind of shrugged off or ignored as useless spells, and color spray, like of all people, like we had to look up color spray rules because it's such but you've made it your own, and you sort of like came and like come in clutch and like made these, I don't want to call them subpar spells, but like you've made it work.
That was one of my ideas for Zeke. Is I wanted my old concept for Zeke a long time ago. I came up with this idea of like, what about a wizard but they suck at it? And I thought of all these ways to do that. And obviously, like, you don't want to gimp your stats to make it so it's hard for you to actually play the game.
Right.
But there are all these oft ignored spells, mostly spells that don't deal lots of damage, that I'm like, I just pick a bunch of these and just do dumb stuff with them, and it kind of can have the same functionality.
I will say, Zeke is one of the only characters I've seen fail upwards.
Yeah.
I think that's the best way I can put it.
Yeah,
Like,
that's how I
his
know.
way through magic and comes out like shining.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's how I know I'm doing it right. like, what more can I say? I guess. Yeah.
So that's kind of interesting, because I was going to kind of ask you, with recent events, you kind of mentioned that like your spell choices are going to kind of start reflecting that more sinister or dark or macabre sort of take on light. How do you feel? So you chose the Conjuration.
I did. Yes.
How do you feel? I mean, like, kind of looking ahead. How do you feel that choice, that conjuration aspect, might play into this sort of evolution of this character? Because it's a very versatile school, but you can kind of go a lot of different ways with it.
Right, and the reason I picked it initially was because I thought that first ability it gets to conjure like random objects was just kind of funny, like, because I could do stuff like, I made a bucket, like, for example, and then I've done stuff with that, but and then looking ahead, I saw that at level 6 it gets this ability to basically get free Misty Steps,
right?
But as an action. And I thought, but it also lets you swap places with people. And I thought, well, that could be a fun idea of like a botched teleport attempt, and you like end up switching places with someone instead. And then it's just like, oh, okay. I thought of the flavor element of that. But as far as where it goes from here, looking forward at some of like the higher level conjuration spells, there's definitely some that I think I may have ignored that I now think I might pick.
Interesting.
To reflect a slightly more serious Zeke. Okay. Almost as though like he's always been kind of a screw up as far as his magic goes, and I haven't gotten really into his backstory in any major way, but he did not do well at his university when he was learning how to be a wizard, and most of his professors told him that he would never make it. And it was just he should not pursue this, not pursue magic. But I think that recent events will cause him to double down on his efforts to prove them wrong. As such, I think I may start picking some of those flashier spells.
Okay.
Particularly some of the conjuration ones.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Very cool. I'm excited for that.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I responded in tavern chat.
I see you.
Yeah.
I'll take a look at it later.
But there's a lot of backstory that I think
Yeah.
only I think the three of you actually know.
Right.
For the most part,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I feel like that him opening up, especially to a wizard, nonetheless, is
Yeah.
more on tick speed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can feel that.
I'll check that out later.
So
Maybe I'll say something.
Not used in words.
so I think, again, D&D kind of brings people together. It's a social game. It's it's about that collaborative storytelling that you're talking about. It's the grandfather of all video games. It's how do you feel? This might be a cheesy question, but do you feel that there's do you think that there's a sense of community within TAC, or is this kind of just
I think so. I think so. I think it's interesting because you get a lot of people who've never played D&D together and haven't even known each other before this.
Right.
But I mean, from my personal experience in it so far, with the people I've played with, not only have I super enjoyed playing with everybody, I think we have a really amazing group of people, just in general. But I think that because of that, and just because of this common passion for the game that I think everybody really has who plays in our whole group, it's been easy to make these connections, and especially with the tavern chat as this means of role play between our characters, I think that adds an element that might otherwise be missing in this because we're mostly doing these little one-shot adventures and parties are getting shuffled around. But I mean, look at the reaction to Edith's passing in tavern chat is proof positive that there's absolutely a community starting amongst these players, and I think I think the idea that we can have that and have it reflected in the weekly games too is really cool. And that's part of the stuff that I've been brainstorming for how to roleplay Zeke going forward. Will definitely be to play into that and try to kind of make some deeper connections between some of the characters and stuff like that.
I'm super excited for that.
Because I think we're developing it already. I think just naturally everybody's kind of is developing these connections between their characters. So yeah.
It's very cool.
Yeah.
Alrighty, we're almost out of time, but I do want to ask you the ultimate question. What is your favorite Zeke moment through
Bone Naga Bucket.
Hands down. Nope.
Hands down.
Hands down. No hesitation.
Bone Naga Bucket.
Bone Naga Bucket.
So it's kind of funny about that section. So that specific map and that dungeon is actually something that I recycled from the previous campaign. The same Sewer Steve, Lexagrad, the dungeon, the oozes, everything. And while I was making that map, actually I think my dad came over. And my dad's supportive. He doesn't know anything about D&D. But I was just like, hey, I really got to get this done. I'll hang out with you, but I'm going to be working on D&D. And he was trying to just oh, what's this thing? Trying to just take some interest into it.
Okay.
And I was like, hey, here's the monster manual. Pick me something, and I'll throw it in this dungeon. And he just flipping through, looking at all the pictures, and he's like, oh, that guy looks badass. And I was like, oh, a bone naga, okay. And I was like, how can I work that into this narrative? And I was like, all right, I got it. Slipped it in there.
That was absolutely my favorite of the adventures I've been a part of so far. Between oh god, I feel terrible because I can't remember the name of that one psychic ooze that just would not die.
Sheila.
Yes, thank you. Between the boss fight with Sheila, almost getting eaten by a crocodile, and Bone Naga Bucket, that whole session was a delight. And I also want to say, you speaking of making your maps, my mom actually watches anytime she can, because as your dad, she's very supportive, even though she doesn't understand completely everything that's going on.
Yeah.
But she likes fantasy and she thinks it's fun. But she always has very kind things to say about your maps.
Aw.
She likes them a lot.
Tell her I said
So-
thank you very much.
You're what? Yeah, I will. Yeah, my mom loves those maps. She loved the fish temple.
Oh, that's super
So.
sweet.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for hanging out. We appreciate
Yeah,
it.
absolutely. Happy to be here every time I'm here, whether it's like this or when I'm playing as Zeke.
All right.
Awesome.
And yeah, and I'm super excited to keep going with this.
Absolutely.
It's gonna be good.
It's gonna be fantastic.
Yeah. Cool.
Thank you so
All
much
right.
for hanging out.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Enjoy your Tealeaf.
Yep.
Appreciate you coming in.
Will
Thank
do.
you for
Yeah.
taking the time out to have this session with us.
Yeah, definitely. Catch you guys later.
Bye. All right.
Alrighty, and I have not been reading chat, so I don't know if anybody else wants to jump in or anything.
I think we're gonna have a purr
Who
after
was
this.
talking about the end?
Okay.
Perrin, if Scribe wants to jump in too,
Yeah,
We can make this work.
I wouldn't mind getting those last two in as well.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do we start this off with the presentation?
Let me send a scribe
Yeah,
text.
yeah. Yes, absolutely.
Alright.
Hang on. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
What's good?
We
I don't
have-
know what give me one sec.
Okay. Well, that's good because we want to.
We have.
We have.
Yes! Oh, that's amazing.
Well, this is perfect then.
This is perfect.
I met Edith.
Well, it's great because we have something
We have
for
a
you.
present for you. All right, you want to help me out here?
Of course.
Where is
There's
it?
that
There we
arm.
go. Okay.
That
I'm gonna
says
read it.
Edith Harker, episode 2 on 4/16/2020 to episode 19, 8/13/20.
Right.
Oh, so amazing.
Jesus.
That's sick.
Beetlejuice over here.
Yep.
All
And I
right.
had my tea.
Perfect. Perfect.
Excellent.
Excellent. All right.
So do we just get the elephant out of the room now?
Yeah, we got a lot to talk about. So, Ace
Yeah.
Penguin, previously the player of Edith Parker, the Storm Sorceress. What is on my head?
Your hat.
Your hat. What else would be in there?
I had no idea. I was afraid. So,
I think now's the time to say you're sorry for one.
I have apologized to Ace so many times throughout the last few days.
Was after I got I got a text like after I died, like probably like a minute later, and he's like, "I'm so sorry."
It's like, I'm sorry. Oh god. So,
He's not.
I mean, I am, but I think that, like, okay, ultimately someone had to be the first, right? Like, it's
Yeah.
inevitable. Player death is kind of a part of D&D, and it's a part of kind of that exploration of the game that, obviously, I think touches the human experience, and I think, it's death is kind of funny in D&D in that.
So basically, does.
Yeah, right. It's kind of funny in D&D in that it's a way to experience and experiment with something very heavy and something very tragic, but in a game. And it's a lot of people take D&D as sort of that escapist fantasy fun thing, but there's a reality to it that
These are creations.
these are creations
And we breathe life into them.
right. And to have something like that kind of tragically happen is tough.
I think it's also tougher for me because Edith is actually an old character for me.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that about her.
Who I played her in a Curse of Straw game that kind of fell apart. I
Okay.
played her in some one-shots where she was level 11.
Okay.
So it was hard to bring her back to level 1, and I kept saying, like, I'm so squishy. Like,
Right.
oh no, this is so weird for me.
Spell slot, yeah.
I have no spell slots. I've also never had a character die in a game ever.
Oh.
So this was my first. So it was like, at first I was like, oh, whatever. And it actually wasn't until Cricket in the tavern chat.
Oh.
I actually walked out of the bedroom and I walked up to Dan and I was like tearing up. I was like, oh my God, Edith is dead. And look at what Cricket wrote. I think it hit me more than it did, like, in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Cricket dies, we riot.
It's got the hat, and it's like, I made this for you.
That'll be up tonight. IKDWR. Just a single line on a shirt.
So that being said, let's talk about something more optimistic and something more happy and fun. Character creation, I think, is one of the most fun parts of D&D, is sitting down and creating a brand new character, breathing life into it, coming up with a concept, looking at the mechanics, assigning your stats, picking your all that fun stuff, and really creating something new, like you said, kind of breathing life into that. And I guess a silver lining to this is you now have the opportunity to roll up something new. I mean, I know in the past you've mentioned, maybe kind of off the cuff that, you were unsure about Edith and playing an arcane spellcaster and stuff like that is, something you've kind of been with. So what are your thoughts regarding a new character?
So I actually have.
Oh wow, she's
a flow chart.
I have my character done.
Wow.
I am actually going to be playing a paladin, an Oath of Conquest paladin, who is super not squishy.
Excellent.
I've never played a paladin. My history of playing D&D, I've only actually played like druids and spellcasters, wizards, sorcerers. Recently, I just played a fighter, and it's kind of been awesome. And I was like, oh, let me try a paladin. It's super not what I'm used to. We have a lot of spellcasters in this game, so I wanted to do something out of my comfort zone and also potentially something that the group kind of needed. So I'm really excited about this character. Her name is Bridget.
Okay.
She doesn't have a backstory yet, really. I'm still working on that. But I'm excited with what I have so far.
Very cool.
And yeah, making characters is a ton of fun.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's the never-ending meme of just like, oh yeah, I have a binder full of, level 1 characters that I'll never get to play, And so I think
that's Happy Buttercup.
Yeah.
That's Dan. He has like a book of characters that he'll probably never play.
Kraken has a bunch. Yeah. I have a couple now.
Yeah, I got a whole family tree of characters that I got. Yeah,
and it's growing every day. Yeah. Character death. I want to just come back to that.
Sure.
Sorry. So you've never had a character die before.
Yeah.
I had a 1 to 20 campaign where I had 6 different characters.
Wow.
Because we were rolls. Let's be real here.
Yeah.
Every time I touch a die, it decides that I must suffer.
You've seen me roll. I roll like garbage, and I love dice. I'm like a dice goblin.
That's not you.
Yeah, WeeWoo just Roll20 just knows what WeeWoo is.
You can actually ask Luke. It's not just Roll20.
Yeah,
I'm a dice goblin. I have like 30 different sets of dice at least. I love them, and they hate me.
Yep. Why do you hate me when I show you nothing but love?
I just love you all, and this is what you do to me.
I mean, it's funny we talk about the character creation. I mean, I know we joke about my characters, but like, there are weeks where we go, "Hey, we're gonna do a one shot," and I'll start building a character. I think it'll be fun.
You got like 3 characters,
and then all of a sudden, I'm sitting there going, "Oh no, this will be way more fun," because I didn't start out with Bob.
Right. You started off with
Arbit.
Arbit. Yeah.
I was gonna build Arbit.
Yeah.
And then I was like, no, Well, I've tried to figure out a way how all my characters know each other in some form or another. So, making Bob the fighter who worked at a graveyard that was continuously ransacked by a necromancer was just way more fun than the grung monk who just came around. Because I didn't quite have a way to fit him in yet. And now I do.
Right.
Now that I have finally fleshed out a little more, I have but the character creation is such a blast.
It is. It's very zen to just like build something.
I've been bringing my binder to work, just sitting there and building.
What's super exciting that I've talked to you a little bit about is that since you're the first one creating a new I hate to use the word replacement character, but a new high level character,
new member of the guild,
part of that. That new experience that I kind of want to work with people is that, all the new applicants are level 1. You're going to be starting at level 4. So, I want to almost... Edith's only level 3?
She was like she was like right there. It was like this tiniest amount of XP that I needed to be level 4.
Oh, that's rough. Okay.
Yeah, it actually sets me. I was like really close. It was really sad.
On the plus side, you start with a Tealeaf point now.
Yes. You start with 2 Tealeaf points, actually.
Oh, 2.
Yeah. From this and from Shiana.
Shiana.
Yep.
Oh, you would give one anyway? Okay.
Yeah.
My pity point.
My sorry for killing you point.
Yeah.
So what I want to kind of work in is a way to get you into the guild that's not necessarily just a brand new applicant. So kind of working with maybe one of the NPCs or maybe with a pre-existing member, you know, kind of tying in that backstory. I think that's a kind of a cool, interesting jumping off point that we haven't really touched on yet.
Yeah.
Like Orsic has a connection with Reginald. They go way back. That's pretty much the extent of what we have. They go way back.
They go way back.
They go way back. We don't know how, but they partied in college or something. So I'm kind of interested to see, you know, kind of experiment with that and, you know, see what kind of long-term consequences it would have if a player character has a direct connection to one of the NPCs. You know, is that more meaningful when they go on one of those missions, or, you know, are they, you know, kind of have fun with that. I think that would be kind of cool. So you're kind of like guinea pig in that sense.
I mean, that works.
Yeah.
I think it's cool.
Yeah.
I like the idea of it. I like all the like NPCs of this game, so it works.
Yeah, that's really cool. So you and Dan have played in every session together, which is cool. And there's been like a couple, I feel like, duos. Maybe not as, I think you guys are the most formal of the two.
Yeah.
But there's been definitely, you know, duos that have kind of gone on a series of adventures together. What is that? Do you guys talk about like mechanics and strategy outside of the game and kind of just like, you know, wombo combos that you guys can pull off together, or is it just completely organic in game?
It's completely organic in game. I actually never get to play with Dan. He is the forever DM, so he's always DMing games, but we never really get to play together. It's pretty rare. We just started a game with Luke, that we actually get to play together, but it's a rarity. So we don't actually talk about it. Like, we obviously know each other's characters very well, and we know everything about them, but we don't talk about, like, pre-planning things. Like, it's kind of in the moment, we'll be like, oh, wait, you can do this, and I can do this. Okay, let's go.
Right. Like, I remember specifically, like, the oldie moldies, where we had, like, the combination, like, the dancing lights and, like, the mage hand, and, like, you know.
That was a wild night.
Yeah, kind of like that teamwork and that combination was that really, really profound and really cool.
Shiana managed to go on that mission with them and not kill either.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Sorry.
We've been on a few missions with Shiana, so I pulled the short stick this time.
She was just finding your weak spot so she could strike.
I remember in the moment, like, I was like, oh, okay, the Spectre crit. Like, that's like somewhere in the, it was like 23 damage, and I was like, is that enough to drop her? And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, she's a sorcerer, she's squishy. And I was like, okay. But then it was just like that slow burn of like, none of them can move.
Well, as Dan pointed out after, its ability that it used too, if I hadn't saved, that would have been an immediate death anyways.
Yeah. Right.
Because it would have done 20, it would have changed my XP, my max HP to 0, and then it would have done like more than my max. It would have actually been an immediate death. So I was like, okay, I'm not dead. I'm good. Like, I've got this.
Right.
And then of course I used the Tealeaf point to re-roll the 3rd death save. And I don't remember who it was that said it. Somebody said, don't roll a 1.
That was me. I said, not roll 1.
I thought so. I thought it was you. And then all of a sudden I rolled a 1 and I was like, yup.
Yeah, don't roll a 1 as a Tanuki line.
Yeah. It's apparently a curse also.
So here's the thing about natural ones is I don't really care about them. Because I'm a hacker. What's up?
Yeah, except when you're when you're being held by a large creature and your archer goes, and then Tanuki goes, don't roll a 1, and I go, it's time to roll a 1. Yeah, I shoot you dead. Because that happened last week.
No, you stabbed me.
Yeah, well, I shouldn't touch a rapier.
But you stabbed.
Yeah, well, I still stabbed.
Alrighty.
Does he stab or close
Ace Pangolin, the last question, which is kind of a heartbreaking one, but what was your favorite Edith moment?
That's like it's a really hard question now that she's like gone.
Yeah.
So it's very odd.
You need, like, the angel or whatever playing in the background.
I think I liked the mushroom like that whole combo with everybody. I really liked how we all kind of like freaked out. Like, no one has mage hand. And I was like, oh, wait, I do. And it kind of like everybody played off that, and it made that whole encounter work really well. So I really liked that a lot.
That's cool. All right. Well, we are looking forward to the announcement of your new character.
Mm-hmm.
Highly anticipated. Thank you so much for being a part of this. Thank you for being a good sport despite everything.
Thank you.
And thank you for joining Tea Time.
Yeah.
No, anytime.
It's a pleasure to have you. Cheers.
Thank you.
Rolling out.
We got a Rip Edith in chat. We got a
Person.
unscheduled interview.
Oh,
with
look
bonus
at that.
round.
We might have a second one if we can talk Scribe into it.
All right.
I think she's
And what about Snacks? Is Snacks in here as a third?
Sartuk is in chat, so maybe if he wants to.
Well, welcome Intergalactic. Thank you for joining Tea Time.
Hi.
Howdy,
Can you
howdy.
hear screaming?
Yeah, we can hear you. All right. So, oh boy, I have to come up with questions on the spot. I feel like it's all good. So, Intergalactic plays Ciaran, the half-elven bard, and you're the only bard within all of the Tealeaf Adventuring Company, which is a really cool. So, bards are my personal favorite class. I think bards just
utilitarian.
Yeah, bards just make everything better. Like, there's not a situation where a bard doesn't make a scenario better. So I guess what was your? I guess why a bard?
Well, because we needed one. I mean, we didn't need one, but we didn't have one, so.
Yeah.
That was kind of the joke, was like, we need a bard, so I was like, I'll play a bard.
There you go.
But I am not exactly the most charismatic person, so it was kind of a stretch for me. So yeah.
So it's a way to kind of challenge yourself and push yourself a little bit, which is really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of times, like, I've created characters where, like, I've taken something about myself that, like, I recognize as maybe like a problem or something that I want to work on, and almost exaggerated it or characterized it. So, like, for example, Amnesty was a character that I made that I was like, I'm kind of an asshole. I'm a very stubborn and unforgiving person. So I created Amnesty, who was all about forgiving and turning the other cheek, and kind of experimented with how would it be if that was your primary goal. So I think, kind of pushing yourself and kind of challenging yourself to create something that's, a piece of you, but also dramatically different from you is kind of really cool.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's something beautiful about that. And I think that's kind of the beauty of the game, too. So Ciaran has been on 2 missions so far? Yes.
Yes.
Both of them were nautical, but one of them was the Reginald mission and one of them was the Selena mission.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Speaking from experience, the low-level bard life is rough. It's not until later that you kind of get that, that sense of identity, you get your magical secrets, you kind of get your sense of, your higher-level spells. What was your experience like, kind of running with the party, playing, and then kind of just with the bard's kit, with that utility in mind? Like, I think admittedly, a West Marches campaign is kind of a difficult scenario for a bard, because bards are very social by nature. They're very good at negotiating, and this is more of a combat kind of based thing. So what's
an
your
antisocial bard would just be like a wonderful character concept.
So what's your experience kind of like with that?
Yeah, actually, Ciaran is kind of an antisocial bard. So that's kind of, her jam anyways. So, like, that was part of my character creation, was trying to make a bard that would, like, kind of be a transitionary character between, like, me and an actual charismatic bard. And so, she's kind of like a bard of animals, like, so she's got very strong animal based skills. She was raised in the Church of Solanus, so she's got a lot of ties to nature. So even though she's got the traditional bard class and stuff, her skills are kind of directed towards having a more nature-based kind of preferring the company of the animals type thing. So the goal would be to grow and actually start liking people at some point.
And that kind of that was definitely reflected in a lot of your spell choices too. I remember creating your character and like going over your options with you, and like you were very adamant about certain spells that I thought were kind of interesting choices, like something like Speak with Animals or like Animal Friendship, where I was like, it's on the Bard spell list, but I don't like. It almost surprised me that was a Bard spell, and then you gravitated towards those. So it's a very interesting character concept. It's very unique in that, you know, you've kind of taken this nature-based feel and made it work with a, you know, a Bard class, which is really cool.
Yeah. And then, you know, we designed our my character together, and you kind of let me hybridize the classes, so that kind of helped a little bit too in kind of creating a little bit more of a different feel for the character.
Oh, you mean the backstory? The backstory.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we kind of, I think we took like the urchin and the alkalite and kind of mishmashed it a little bit and kind of yeah. That was really cool. I recall that now. Yeah, I remember that. It was a while ago. But yeah. So besides the love for animals, you know, are there any other kind of pieces of yourself that you feel you've placed into CRN or kind of experimenting with CRN? I mean, we talked a little about like the social stuff, the love for animals. Is there anything else kind of, you know, that you feel like you're experimenting with, or you're putting yourself out there through this character?
Yeah, I guess, you know, I think kind of like, if it seems like everyone kind of likes her, you know, they're really nice to her, and she's got a natural draw to her, even though she's a little bit awkward, and I feel like that's kind of how you guys treat me, so.
Well, now I just feel called out.
Right? Wow, just ask next time, Christ.
You guys are nice to me, even though I'm awkward. So yeah, I would say that would definitely be an aspect of kind of like.
Dare you be human?
So is Ciara your first ever D&D character, or have you played before?
No. So I've played a few campaigns as an adult, very small campaigns, like with a lot of like hard carrying in them. That's the best way to describe it. Just like people kind of like really hand holding me through roles and stuff. And then when I was a child, I played D&D quite a lot. We played from like age 5 to like adolescence, maybe.
Wow.
But you know, again, it was a situation where you know, everyone just told me what to roll and I rolled it. So so I'm definitely weak on my technical aspects and character creation, things like that, whereas I have a stronger lore base. I know the monsters and, you know, the story based things more.
All right. So do you feel that like that knowledge of like at least like the thematic things, the monsters, the lore, do you think that plays into your play style? Like, do you think you use that knowledge advantageously? Like, even though the technical, mechanical aspects you might not be 100% on, do you think that using that knowledge of the monsters kind of is part of your play style? Or do you try to kind of like take it completely fresh from a new perspective?
I've been trying to play the characters as their own core, you know, and try and make choices that my character would make, if that helps. I will say, like, it's hard to completely rid your mind of, you know, all of the years of knowledge that you have, because not only did I play, you know, tabletop, but I played all the games, and you know,
so you know what a bugbear is, you know what a
right.
Know stuff is.
Yeah.
Watch the cartoons.
Right.
Things like that. So I mean, like, there's a huge culture around it that I have definitely been a part of still. So you know, you can't ever really sever that from it.
Right.
Yeah. But I do try to like make sure I consider what my character would have seen and know, and keep to that.
So, how do you feel that this West Marches campaign is kind of... we talked about the community aspect of it before. We kind of touched on this a little bit, you know. We treat you great even though you're awkward and whatever. like, do you feel that, kind of thinking big picture, meta game, like, you're a part of a lot of TGR stuff, you know, outside of the West Marches campaign. You're a big active member of the community in all aspects of it, and you've joined the West Marches campaign. How do you feel that this aspect of community and this aspect of sort of this communal story and this guild and all these friends getting together, how has that kind of impacted you?
You know, I think the West Marches campaign is uniquely suited for a transition for me because I get, you know, a lot of like anxiety and panic attacks about stuff about not doing things perfectly in general in my life, and so like I just put a lot of pressure on myself, and having that gap between the sessions kind of helps that like dissipate a little bit. Everybody that I'm playing with, you know, I'm really close to, whereas sometimes the D&D campaigns I've joined in the past, like I went with a significant other and didn't know anybody else there, or Pathfinder. I played a Pathfinder game too, but you know, like yeah. So you know, I went and I didn't know anybody else there. So there's all these strangers there, and you know, it's really hard to like open up with people that you don't know. So
Right.
I'm hoping that like that helps me come out of my shell a little bit, so to speak.
That's really cool. Yeah, that's awesome.
She's only a month away from partying with the TGR crew.
That's true. Yeah, you're flying, or you're driving out there, right?
Or the plan.
Yeah.
Wow.
I will be driving.
That's gonna be awesome.
I have to finalize with Channel Ian too. Now that you guys are saying that, I'll try and reach out tomorrow.
Alright. So I guess my last question, unless anybody else has anything, what has been your favorite CRN moment?
Oh,
I know mine.
I want to know yours, but mine I think is when Snacks tried to eat my mouse. Or I mean, the suggestion that it should be eaten.
Yeah.
And I was like, he's poisonous.
Go away. This is my pet.
I mean, mine's also when she healed Snacks and he's like, "Are you an angel?"
Yeah. There's also honorable mention for when like my first roll for damage against me, and I took like 4 points of damage, and Luke was like, "Oh, it's fine though, you haven't gotten hit yet." And I was like, "Yeah, but I fell down the rock, so I'm unconscious now." And his eyes just got like so big, like, "Oh, I'm gonna kill her immediately in this campaign."
I don't want to kill a level 1 character.
You almost did the first session.
I know.
Oh, Brother Gregor.
Poor Brother Gregor. It's a really beautiful thing how, you know, all of these characters have kind of come together, and, you know, just the memes of it, and just like the communal experience of it all. It's a really awesome. I love D&D so much.
Me too.
It's a great game. We're so happy to have you, Kurt. Thank you for joining us. You've been amazing. Enjoy your bonus Tealeaf point.
Not on her, but I think I threw a little pressure on us. I announced our second tea time.
Our second tea time?
Yeah, but we got 30 weeks.
We got
March 21st. It'll be the week. It'll be the community day after our 50th episode.
Wow.
So March 21st is our next tea time.
Yeah, I was gonna say, when I looked at it, I'm like, did he do a typo right there? Because that's March and it's, you know, August.
Yeah, but that gives us a lot of time to get
30,
if we can
30
get our shit together,
technically
30
31 weeks. So
we're failing a lot harder than I thought.
Yeah. So we got a scribe queued up.
We do have a scribe.
Hey, all right.
I will grab the scribe.
Hello.
Hello.
Hola amigos, ¿cómo están?
Untamed Scribe, otherwise known as Cricket, the Goblin Monk.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
You're quiet.
Okay, my video should be working. I don't know.
Not quite yet.
So,
at the bottom left, there's a little video tab. You can click it.
Bottom left.
yeah, right where it says voice there.
Oh,
there we are.
yay! Hello, hello. Welcome to
Hello.
TeaLeaf.
Oh gosh, am I like live right now?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
We're live right now.
Hey
We're on the
everybody.
internet.
Welcome.
I forgot
See
my
us as
headphones,
humans.
so I hope that's not annoying.
We'll be fine.
No worries.
I will confess, Aaron, when you first joined up for this and you're making your character, I'm like, I will bet $100 she's gonna make some sort of gnome. And you're like, yeah, I'm a goblin. I'm like, well then, that happened.
Yeah, I know. Gnome is usually my go-to, but
You to gnomes is
goblin-
this guy to halflings. You know, it's just.
Yeah. I had to, Fury of the Small. You can't really beat that. Man.
Yeah. So, I got a good one.
Go
Right off the top. So, you have played D&D with Tanuki before, and
college.
where you've done some DMing, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so just to do a quick thing, when I originally moved up to the Cape, I think I met Joe, what year did we meet? Like 2008, 2009?
Yeah, somewhere like that.
Because I think like maybe a month or two after that, that's when I met Scribe here in Human Communications, and I did a speech on zombies because I didn't know what else to do. And you're like, hey, we're doing D&D, do you want to join? I'm like, fuck it, I don't know anybody up here. Yeah, let's do this.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I just ran it, like, you did a paper on it or something, and you had to, like, read it out loud, I think, and I was just like, he seems cool, what's up, man? We do D&D, I don't know if that's the thing, but yeah, let me know.
Yeah, so this was my jump into 4th edition, because I was 2nd edition, and then when I played Scribe, we did 4th edition. Jay Melio actually had a question in chat. How does it feel to be everyone's favorite?
Yeah, right?
I think it's a lot of pressure. I love it. Thank you all. I appreciate it. Thank you. I love you all. I will try not to let you down.
Well, I think the problem is that you're not going to let us down. Luke is going to let us all down if he murders Cricket, and then we're all going to riot, and whatever faction happened to be the one that to deal the killing blow is going to be eradicated.
True.
Like-
That is 100% not my fault.
Like, Luke's gonna mind control someone into killing Cricket, like some sort of like mind flare nonsense, and then it's like, who do we blame here?
A ghost possesses Orsic, and Orsic deals the
The ghost of Edith kills Cricket. If that's not poetic justice, I don't know what is.
That would be the ultimate betrayal for Cricket. No!
That would be such good storytelling, though.
It would. I forgot my question now at this point.
Yeah, sorry.
It's hard, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I appreciate you doing this all night.
Yeah.
So one thing I wanted to mention that I've noticed, because one part of the Tealeaf Adventuring Company, this whole West Marches campaign, that I really appreciate that doesn't get shown on stream, but everyone kind of experiences that is that half hour before the game where we do all our sound checks and just that sort of like chatting and half of us eating dinner and everything.
So you say it's your favorite, huh?
Hey guys, what's up?
But one thing I've noticed that really stands out to me is that Untamed Scribe makes it a point to engage with and learn the name of and write things down before the game and just make sure that you directly introduce yourself to every single player that you haven't already, and character that you haven't played with before, which is super, super, super cool. And I think that, especially being an experienced player, helping out a lot of these new players, just having that welcome extension, kind of like that aggressive friendliness is so
aggressive friendliness.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't
Hi, how you doing?
the name above them the whole time like I do, or
I remember what it was like to be a new player. It was a long time ago, but I remember it still, and even now, I'm still, everybody has their own DM style too. So like you kind of learn on the fly as you go, even if you are a veteran player. So for me, like, I want to, we're already part of this adventuring company. Like we should like have some sort of like, even if they haven't been in tavern chat or they haven't had a chance yet to really get into some of the channels, like I think it's important to just kind of be like, hey, like we're here together to play a game and have some fun. Like, let's do this. Hey, this is who I am. Tell me your story.
Right.
I think that's important.
That's super cool.
Cricket and Tic here need to talk. We need to know where our tribes were.
Right? Oh man, that's gonna.
I still put my money on Cricket, hands down. If we're doing like a sanctioned goblin fight, I'm putting my money on Cricket.
That forceful us, I mean.
We'll build the Thunderdome.
It was like brought up in the chat. I saw like, oh, we're having a fight now, and I was like, keep going. Don't make it a thing. Don't make it a thing.
I don't have to
Just,
murder.
we're all friends.
Who was that NFL player who did like the fucking dog fights? We're gonna do that with goblins.
Oh god.
Great.
Great. Michael Vick with goblins. Okay. So Cricket is just this ball of positivity and happiness and adorableness and joy, and yet
bloodthirsty murder.
I was gonna say, and yet you have
Like a
such
switch.
this tenacious, just raw goblin energy when it comes to like when your friends are in danger, you like absolutely go ham towards the big bad evil guy to the point where you're putting yourself in danger.
Yeah.
So what kind of goes through your head in those like adventure scenarios when you're like what's kind of your baseline strategy when you're kind of getting into that scenario?
For those scenarios, it really comes down to, and again, asking those questions in the beginning helps for my character specifically and just my brain, but in terms of interacting with everybody's character. But for that stuff, for me, it's especially for Cricket, because Cricket is very much, this is my family. Oh, everybody's good. We're doing great. Oh, you're in trouble? Yeah, fuck that guy. Like she's very protective, and for those, I don't really know who actually knows anything about her backstory, but for her background, she was a soldier. So like she is used to battlefields and staring things down and being like, no, like this is how it's gonna go. As bubbly as she is, you know, she's always, you know, and that's why I think she's made a point a few times to say, I've got your back, because that's just who she is. She will fight with you until she's got nothing left.
I think it came up briefly in Tavern Chat how Cricket was surprised she was actually getting food and not like scraps.
Yeah, we were actually feeding her and not letting her eat
So,
scraps.
Here's what we got from the spittoon. You can drink that for sustenance.
Yeah, some of that is actually more towards her backstory, and nobody really knows this because I mean there hasn't really been a lot of that interaction yet. But for Cricket, she was a soldier and she's used to being on the battlefield. But when she was a soldier, it was more because they had kind of taken her in because she could fight and she was less than equal for them, and it was mostly like humans or whatever that hate goblins, and even that's come up in some of our Tavern Chat stuff, so it's kind of cool to see how that's going to play out. But for her, you know, and she actually doesn't know her real name. They called her Cricket because she doesn't shut up.
Chirp.
And that's where her name, that's just what they called her, so that's her name.
Oh, I didn't realize that. That's adorable.
Yeah.
I will definitely be interested to see how you blend the two
she's got that bubble, and she just wants to be, and she wanted to be their friends. Doesn't mean it happened in that circumstance, but now she's actually got a family and everything. Right. So it's like, oh, yeah, I'm gonna defend these people.
That's adorable.
So how do you feel, Cricket, being a soldier, being a frontline fighter, getting up, you know, up in the strongest enemy's face? This is, I believe, your first time playing a monk, correct?
Yeah, I've been playing since 3.5. I've also played Pathfinder. I played a bunch of different tabletop games, and I've never really dived into monk. So I was very excited to try it, and of course now I'm like, wait, can I do that? No, I'm not high enough level. I can't do that. So it's just taking some getting used to, for sure.
I'm curious to pick your brain about that, because the monk is one of these interesting character classes that I feel like has so much potential, and yet the mechanics of that, I think, sometimes struggle to meet up with expectations. So
Yeah.
how do you feel about how the monk's been feeling and playing, mechanically speaking?
Mechanically speaking, I think it's been better than I thought it would be. Just based off, I mean, we all know, you know, bigger name games like Critical Role and things like that, but those are, you know, he created a homebrew for that, specifically for her, with the Cobalt Soul, stuff like that. So, like, just going off of the books, I think it's been great. And I actually really enjoy the background, or not the background, excuse me, the tradition that I chose,
Yeah,
even though it wasn't from the player's handbook, and I actually like it a lot. And mechanically speaking, I think it's great. I just can't wait to get more key points and be higher level to do more.
What tradition did you choose there?
Oh gosh, if I remember correctly, Luke will probably know off the top of his head because I'm so new to Monk, but I think it was from. Was it from Xanathar's guide?
Yeah, it's from Xanathar's.
Yeah, because there's a couple. There's the Drunken Master, there's Sun Soul, and there's Kensi.
Yeah, so she picked Sun Soul.
Oh, Sun Soul.
Okay.
So good. It's like,
Yes,
I'm just gonna throw
sorry,
radiant
I was like,
bolts and
that's
everything.
my idea, but yeah, Sun Soul. And I love, you know, putting those little extra flavorings on it. And I think it works well for Cricket too, just because she really is just this pure of heart little creature, you know, when it boils down to it. So for her to just have like, I picture it as like her soul's essence coming through because she's finally realizing what she has to fight for.
Right.
That's how it is.
What alignment is Cricket, by the way?
I want to say she's neutral good,
Okay.
but
Sounds about right.
I'm not 100%. I'd have to look at my character. I'm pretty sure I did neutral good because that's usually where I try to start them, and then who knows character-wise where that'll go.
Yeah.
Oh,
I like the mechanics so far of Monk. I'm not gonna lie though, it's been fun.
I've dabbled in monks. I've had a lot of, as a DM, I've had a lot of players choose monks, and I've seen a lot of frustration with them. So I was curious about that.
Really?
Yeah.
Monks are so good though.
But the problem is that monks are very technical.
They're very technical, and they're very. I personally think the monk should have got the D10 hit die, just because they are monks.
Listen, a monk with mobility is just like, that's it. You win the game.
Yeah.
Well,
Another thing that I know has been a frustration for people in the past too is that like gear wise,
right.
Not a lot of things for monks specifically. Like, oh, here's all this cool loot. What'd you get? And it's like I can't use that.
That was my problem in your games. It's like,
yeah.
I punch
And
things.
actually, that's one of the reasons why. Shout out to him. Maybe he's watching. I don't know. But Wandering Alchemist and I created monk specific like gear that you could potentially like find or get or whatever, but because there's not really a lot out there.
Yeah, there's not.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I mean might turn somebody off to it even, you know.
Right, and from a DM's perspective too, you want, you know, I kind of talked about this earlier too, where you want to kind of like touch on specific classes and kind of outline what makes each class special. And monks specifically are one of the more difficult ones to do that with, because how do you reward a monk? You know,
right.
Yeah. How do you, you know, there's such, you know, a lot, like a fighter, you give him a badass sword or something, you know, like
right, exactly.
With a monk, it's like, what about the monk makes it special? You have to get really creative and really in depth, and I think the theme and the flavor of the monk really tie into that sort of like personal inflection sort of way. So that's kind of, you know, I try to treat monks with that sort of inward meditative sort of
power of self.
Yeah, I think the power of self is kind of a perfect way to phrase it, and so that's kind of a really cool area that we haven't touched too much with Cricket, but I'm excited to in the future, as you know, maybe a backstory mission or something. But like,
yeah, definitely. trying to get there, working on the points.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, we only have a couple people that are there, but tea time helps.
Yeah, tea time definitely helps.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm gonna say this. I should have said it at the beginning. I really wanted to dress up for this, and I didn't realize it was gonna be so long between the tea time, so I did not have time to do it. But you will see a cosplay for Cricket at some point.
Oh, the second tea time was decided like an hour ago by me without any consultation.
Oh,
with
really?
the other guys.
Just randomly show up in a session dressed as Cricket.
Yeah,
totally okay with that.
I love this. This is super cozy.
Like just DM every week.
I could. Like, I don't know about the tie.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the chat?
44.
From your favorite?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I gotta ask you your what was your favorite Cricket moment?
There's so many.
There's so many.
I mean, you coined the phrase front butt.
Yeah.
I know, and I don't really know what happened, but I'm going with it. I actually love the character stuff and the character development, and it actually happened within Tavern Chat. One of my favorite character development moments was with Cricket and Isaac and Uncle O when she was like, what the hell is happening here? And then it was just, you know, like, I think Isaac said, if I remember correctly, Isaac said something about like,
family.
Oh, well, yeah, family. And that's when Cricket, like, lost it, because she was just like, no, like, we are a family. I don't know how you guys don't see that. And so I love that.
Hold on. Perfect.
I don't know what's happening.
Oh, that was Orsic was making that his door make that noise at Isaac.
Yeah, he turned into a Pokedex, and then like Orsic basically turned into like a 5-year-old during that, and Isaac was like doing his very best not to regress into Adrian and just like go in there and strangle the fucking life out of him.
Perfect.
But Cricket kind of resolved that.
Yeah, I loved that moment, but I also like I don't know if I have just one favorite one from battle. Like I always try to do something fun each time. Like I loved using the cape a couple different ways. Like first time, like just dimension door up to the Bark who's no longer with us. Poor Bark.
The horse.
And then another one, like making sure I like knew the item enough and double checking with Luke before I did it, but like jumping down to get to Cool Cat and like being like, get us out of here, man. Like you can do this. I can't. Like I love those little moments of like finding a creative way to use what I have.
Yeah, that was definitely one of my favorite. It's just like literally swan diving into the ocean, just like get it out of here.
Yeah, it was fun. And then like I enjoy those little moments in the games where it's like, oh, let me just try it and see how it goes.
And that's the essence of D&D.
Yeah,
you can certainly try.
Enough for the safe and sane, time for the dumb and dangerous. Let's do this.
Yeah, exactly. And there's I really, I've been knocked out so many times. I don't even know how many total, but I've been knocked out so many times. I'm like, oh no.
You're racking up those concussions.
I know. I'm like,
I think you're in third place on the list.
I feel very, very nervous sometimes when we go into a fight because I'm like, this could be. I don't know.
Torches and pitchforks ready in the tavern chat. Yeah.
I have to get cricket armor like that kid from Christmas story. Like, I can't put my arms down.
The battle on the ship, even I remember saying like before we actually started streaming, like I'm nervous, like I really like have a bad feeling about this, and then I got knocked out. I think I was like, oh no, I put this on myself. Oh no, not good.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us.
Truly.
Yeah, thanks guys. I'm sorry it was so like last minute and I didn't have a costume.
No,
but
definitely we're happy to see you.
I'm happy to see you guys.
All right. Enjoy your Tealeaf point. We'll catch you later.
Bye.
Toodles.
I think it's gonna be Sartuk, our last one.
Oh, we got a Sartuk.
Last but certainly not least, we have a snacky boy.
Snacks.
How's it going?
What's going on?
There's my favorite kobold ever.
Aw. I try.
You don't try, you succeed. With flying colors.
Aw, shucks.
Alright, so Sartuk here plays Snacks/Lucky, the kobold fighter.
Yeah, but
super cool. And
yeah, babe, where's your face?
Oh, jeez. Is it not?
No.
It doesn't do it automatically on this one, so bottom left of your screen, there's a video button.
I see. Oh, boy. Bottom left, there's a video button.
Under where it says voice connected?
I see it. It says I can't stream into this channel.
That's a lie.
That's silly. You should be able to.
It's a bold-faced lie. We need to see you.
Oh, boy. Yeah, I agree with that. It's possible nothing.
One moment. I got you. Try now.
Cool. No.
I'm blaming WeeWoo. What the fuck did you do, man?
I don't know. Okay. I just gave him the roll.
Yeah, I see that.
Well, we are going to fix this if we have to,
What else we need to give him?
hack into your system and get those cameras.
Oh, boy. Yeah, I think everything's plugged in on my end.
Alright,
yeah, that was my next question. Is is it actually plugged in? Because
that's a good question.
Yeah.
That's a very good question.
Why am I not getting sound? Oh, my speakers aren't plugged in.
Oh, shucks. Huh. I don't know.
I mean, worst case scenario, at least we have your, nice dulcet tones.
Yeah.
Didn't do that. I don't know what I'm doing.
Oh god, we're breaking everything.
So.
Oh no.
We made it so much worse.
Oh god.
What are you guys doing?
We're good.
Oh man, Kelly, I'm sorry you cleaned up downstairs for nothing.
Oh, try now, one more time, just to be sure. Because all the permissions are correct.
Yeah, I'm not getting. Oh!
Hey!
Just needed a minute. Discord just needed a minute. We shall.
There's that
Look at
beautiful
that.
Face. Welcome to Tea Time.
Hey! Perfect.
We've got
Thank you.
Snacks, the Kobold Fighter.
Wait, when did we get Snacks?
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh.
Oh, you mean Lucky.
So
Lucky
That's really one of, like,
Snacks.
the very
I'm
few
having
puns tonight.
trying to work on
Lucky
remembering
Charm,
names here.
So one of my personal favorite like backstories to a name, just the we were all snacks. Like,
You know, it fits. I can't imagine a dragon with a horde of kobolds at its whim is really gonna bother naming or caring for any of them. So it kind of just worked out there.
You know, this one's Cool Ranch, this one's Nacho Cheese.
That would have been an option. That is a very good point.
So we've got a Kobold Fighter. From what I know about you, you've got some D&D experience under your belt. What was Kobold Fighter's like a pretty mechanically strong choice, you know, especially with the dex build. So what type of player do you consider yourself? Like, I know there's like all those like little BuzzFeed quizzes you can take where like, oh, I'm the instigator, or, oh, I'm the battle master. How would you categorize yourself as a player?
Yeah, so I mean, I've been into numbers as a whole since I was very young. Baseball statistics since like 3rd grade, going over and memorizing how many home runs, the batting average of people during years. So, I mean, the numbers of D&D definitely interest me.
Okay.
I mean, if it's a one-shot, I will play absolutely anything, and who cares? But I definitely do kind of go towards things that have some pretty obvious mechanical use.
Okay.
Snacks originally was going to be a hand crossbow using kind of ranged dude.
I dig it.
Yeah.
But I liked the idea of a kobold that's not afraid to get up into everyone's business and kind of doesn't have a whole lot of regard for his own safety. And that was a lot easier to do as a fighter than anything else.
I just want to very quickly interject my friend and point out, like, I have a favorite Snacks moment. Like, when you were first introduced, you're like, "Don't worry, guys, I've got this." You charged right into battle. "Don't hurt me, I'm small."
It was amazing. You're right. That was.
I love that ability for kobolds too. It's so much. They are
amazing.
They are such a mechanically very potent race. But at the same time, with some major drawbacks.
Right, that sensitivity is rough.
Oh, it can be killer. But when I was making Snacks, I went the easy route and made a very weird character, with obviously different things about him, so that he was going to be a lot easier for me to roleplay and integrate into a group. You know, nothing wrong with human characters at all. More power. I love playing human characters, but for me, I thought it would be a lot easier to integrate into the group and roleplay Snacks if I just had a weird character with oddities to him right away. It gives you a foot in the door for roleplaying.
Right, it gives you kind of a jumping off point, something to start talking about. Well, that's really interesting.
Absolutely.
Well, that's kind of cool. Yeah, Snacks is another one of those, you know, I think I'm going to coin the term aggressively friendly characters that just will instantly, you know, hey, we've got a new member, Amnesty introduces them, and Cricket and Snacks are just there.
They serve
their
rush,
hand.
they grab a hand and shake
They
it.
are 100% just need to know your name, what you're about, and that, I think is so wholesome and appreciated by new players specifically, because it is a fairly intimidating process to kind of try and join.
You're integrating yourself into a group of established people, so
Right.
for someone new, or even worse, someone who, worse being a relative term, new to D&D in general, and now getting into the group, it's just like pressure. There's not supposed to be, but there is.
Oh, there absolutely is.
Oh yeah.
It's a social situation like everything else.
Right, and just having that friendly, welcoming voice to kind of to guide you in is huge. So that is appreciated.
Oh yeah. I'm glad it made it a lot easier for me with Cricket, and I mean, just with Scribe, honestly, she made it a lot easier for me getting into this by having a character that went right up to Snacks and and honestly is a lot more like Snacks than I realized at first too. I did not realize there'd be that kind of quirky small character overlap there, but
Love it. You never have too much of it.
I think it works well. Yeah.
Absolutely. So talking more mechanics and numbers again. Do you find that you have sort of that level 1 through level 20 plan for Snacks, or are decisions more made based off of reactions to how the sessions go? Like as far as like leveling up and choices like that?
Yeah, so for Snacks, it's definitely... I have an idea. He's a dex fighter.
Right.
That's a good idea. It guides a lot of it, but I really... I don't know for sure much beyond that with him. He's pretty up in the air. Some of my other characters have been less up in the air as a whole.
Right.
I've had a good idea. In my other 2 current campaigns that are more long-running, I definitely have pretty good ideas of how everything's going to go forward with the characters. I mean, barring any major plot changes, obviously. Right. But with Snacks, I really have no idea. I could see multi-classing him for sure in the future.
Yeah.
But that was definitely not in my original plan.
Okay.
And I'm thinking of going, actually, because he did just hit level 3. So I think I'm going to go Battle Master with him, which I wasn't so set on, but playing his first game with Isaac and seeing some of the Battle Master maneuvers there, I think kind of won Snack over a little bit.
A variant of the Battle Master. It's actually a monster hunter, which is not. They don't get as many superiority die as a Battle Master does, but
Gotcha.
they are designed to do a lot of damage to monsters. Kind of like fighter using smite, and they're very insightful. So those die go sort of like reading into things.
Yeah.
So Battle Master.
I
think Battle Master is a super cool choice.
Battle Master is like more powerful than Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter is like, are you one of these things for protect good and evil? Okay, good. I'll fuck you up. Anything else?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, and it's nice too because Battle Master is a lot more interactive of a fighter subclass as like compared to like Champion, which is you just attack things better.
Attack and crit, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So, okay, I've got a question for you. When you're checking out Discord and you're, reading about things, and you see an announcement that says, okay, this week's mission is going to be an Amnesty mission, or this week's mission is going to be a Selena mission, or a Marigold mission, which one of those gets you personally the most excited?
Oh, that's a good one. At this point, I would more say it's any one that I haven't participated with so far. I think just personally for me, it's nice to kind of, you can watch the episodes and get more of a feel that way, but it's different when you play it, for sure. Yeah.
So Snacks has been a part of the Selena mission. There was the the pirate ship, and then there was the Reginald mission on the beach. Mm-hmm. There was one more, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh man, there's so many now.
Which was I'm
trying to remember.
I know. I'm blanking now too. Oh geez.
Wow, why can we not remember this?
Well,
it was the
entirely. What was it?
What
his first mission?
Snacks.
Yeah. The first one was
Well, that's a Jamilio question. She's our stat master,
right?
There you go. Yeah. See, we have someone who knows that.
Anyway, so
I'll look it up right now.
Yeah, we can look up the stats right now.
Thank you.
This is worth it. But anyway, so you said that you would like to kind of experience all of them. That's a cool perspective. Yeah.
And I think that's partly me.
The Wailing Wind.
The Wailing Wind.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
I sing to the pirates and I made them hate us.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was the third one.
Oh man.
Although the Wailing Wing, that little autocorrect right there, would be really cool for like an airship.
Oh, he was in High Sea Hijinks. He was on the
High sea.
So you were in
So
two.
he's-
Yeah. So
He went to a jungle and on 2 ships.
He's always at the water.
Yep. There you go.
2 Selena missions and an
There's
original
2
mission.
Selena. Yep.
Yeah. All involving water. Wow.
Yeah, it's been water centric, which is not something Snacks is necessarily suited for or used to, but it has worked out the way it's worked out.
That's super funny.
Yeah, that's kind of.
Yeah. What characters do you think Snacks has formed the strongest bonds with?
Cricket.
Cricket for sure.
Cricket just went to Snacks, and Snacks reciprocated that immediately. It's a good match there, and then absolutely Ciaran is the next one. Ciaran saving Snacks when he was down in the water with sharks nearby was just huge. And Snacks doesn't think there's any weirdness with that whole pet mouse thing either. As far as he knows, that's a weapon. That's a weapon she's saving for some espionage shit that's gonna go down. So those two are definitely his top 2 bonds at this point.
Who do you want to see Snacks interact with?
Well, that's a good question.
Ooh, boy. Me personally, I just would love to play with Zeke anyway. I mean, I play with Buttercup in other games that he has DM'd. I've DM'd for him. We've been players together in one before, but I mean, he's wonderful to play with.
I can arrange it. I was actually thinking of grabbing Snacks and Zeke in the backstory.
Oh,
for
really?
Cricket.
Okay.
So those are the 3 of the 4 I'm thinking of: Snacks, Cricket, and Zeke.
Wow.
I would have absolutely no complaints about that. Playing with Dan is always an absolute pleasure. He
I want to play with
puts so much into every character and making his characters give other characters a better story too. He's wonderful. Little man crush here.
It's okay. We all have
I can't.
Little bit.
I know.
Alrighty. So your final question for the night: what has been your favorite Snacks moment? I mean, that
Oh,
initial
boy.
brawl was amazing, but is there any other that stand out to you?
I guess things that haven't been mentioned. Cricket giving Snacks a name is huge, and I know that's that was kind of outside the stream for a bit.
Now you're just on death's doorstep.
But yeah, that was. I mean, that means a lot to him, and I'm personally still having trouble with the names. But Snacks loves the name Lucky. It is as much already, if not more of a name to him than Snacks is, and it's made him feel like that is family now. And he had a group with his kobolds in the Dragon's Lair way back when, and that was kind of a family, but this is now becoming a real family. And I think if he knew Edith better, he would be completely wrecked by that. But he didn't really know Edith, so that's
sadly a lot of people that had that where it was like, like Orsic didn't know Edith, and he, he respected a comrade, but he wasn't close.
Right. And
I think I think I'm lucky seeing Cricket's reaction to Edith is really that's gonna be the thing that kind of hits home that, wow, this was a big deal. This isn't just another Snacks dying to adventurers.
We're gonna come into the tavern and see like Lucky and Cricket holding each other, just crying in the corner, like just.
It's gonna be tough. I don't think. I mean, Lucky doesn't get the idea of losing someone close to them right now.
Right.
And I think it's gonna hit at some point there.
Yeah, that ball drops at different times for everybody. You know.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
What about ball dropping?
Exactly. Not for me yet. It's getting really awkward.
Different times.
Well, thank you very much for joining us tonight, Sartok. We appreciate
Absolutely.
it.
Thank you for doing this. This has been an absolute blast to listen to and to participate in.
We look forward to
see you guys.
Awesome. Yeah. Pleasure as always.
Take it easy. Have a good night.
Thank you as well.
So we're not quite done.
We're not. What do you got?
We have the Dungeon Master
got
himself.
me, guys.
We have the Dungeon Daddy himself.
I'm gonna kind of just open the floor. I don't have Twitch chat in front of me, so you guys are gonna have to.
I'll read it off. I'll read it off.
So if we'll take some time. If anybody has questions they want to ask me,
Color your underwear right now.
I forget. I think blue. I think I'm going blue
Blue's
today.
a good color. I think I'm wearing gray.
No, I have
Just
plaid.
focus on the game room.
You have to yell at me.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's just okay.
So now we're big on the screen.
Well, we're always big on the
Oh, we
screen.
have the logo.
Yeah, we're all. The screen's the only time I'm big.
So.
Yeah, bring it on, guys. Any deep personal anything?
Is it true that if you go into the garden of the Tealeaf Adventuring Company and you shake a tree, you'll find a new tea leaf?
Certainly try.
I've usually just been digging up in like little areas marked with an X on the ground. Like, I'm expecting a fossil and I get a tea leaf.
Listen,
what is this?
Fakar would have a great day in the garden because all he has to do is go rise and he'll have a fucking army.
A tea leaf? It's like munchkins. That's all it is.
So
we represent the Lollipop Guild.
at this point, you're at like 12 static tea leaves, give or take.
That many? Wow.
Well, I mean,
we have,
maybe not truly statted, but definitely like
well,
NPC'd out.
Yeah.
So you have the three of them. If you want to count Amy, you can. But
yeah.
Oh, we got a question after yours. In static, but what's been the most difficult part managing West March's campaign for Jim Elliott?
We'll let him answer this first because I can.
The most difficult part of
just wanted to get it before it
sure.
ran away.
That's a really great question. So
that's the big one.
I think for me as a DM, I'm a bit of a perfectionist. I want to try to make this game as enjoyable as possible for everyone, and I think that along with that, I need to make sure everyone absolutely enjoys and loves their character, and so I want to take the time to customize and handhold and walk people through and build the perfect character that they want, but I also need to do so in a way that's fair to everyone. And so I think kind of the hardest part for me, in a sense, is telling people no. Because I want, if someone's asking for something that might be a little bit overpowered, I have a hard time kind of just being like, well, listen, I got to make sure that everything's chill, everything's cool, everything's fair. And so that's kind of been an interesting dynamic, and I think most people are pretty cool about understanding that.
I think you got a good response to that today too. You had obviously Cleric was one of them that brought that up too. He said that like there's something he has in his mind, but he goes, it's not something I can have now.
Right.
And it's something he knows that it's something. Come the time he may put a bug in the ear, but like at that point it's level appropriate.
Right.
Where I think that early on, I think we had talked about this briefly. It was like that was one of your big fears. Is just like we may go too OP too quick,
right?
Especially dropping magical items every game versus
right. And so it's been kind of a juggling act of keeping it fresh, keeping
right.
it exciting, I think magic items are one of the biggest parts of what makes D&D
fun. And I think it's nice now that you're seeing players notice it and going, we can't break the game.
Right. Yeah.
Second question, probably before I rolls away, unless you had a follow up.
I've got them held. So
okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Nami's asking. Sure. Are the TAC proprietors actually adventurers from previous campaigns?
You only missed one.
They seem so loved.
It was
you missed one, but
asking if that's actually third down. There's like two before that. Yeah, Kilbrina asked, how do you keep your notes organized?
Okay.
For the D&D sessions.
I missed that one completely.
All up here. I am a terrible note taker. I literally, like, in my mind, like, if I'm in a campaign, my logic, and this is kind of awful to say, but my logic is if it's important enough for Luke to remember, it's important enough for my character to remember, and if it's something that I don't remember, I ask, like, my character might remember this, let me make a roll for it. As far as DMing style, a lot of this stuff is actually, believe it or not, recycled from old campaigns that I've run and been a part of, and so a lot of it I just go based off that pure nostalgic rush. As far as actually, I think people keeping organized character sheets is a huge lifesaver for me because I can just go back and be like, oh, yeah, that jogs my memory. This is what happened there. Boom. Okay, but as far as like my personal notes, I mean, if something's really big, I'll like quickly text it into my phone so I can pull it up. But that's just raw bullet points. That's just like literally just like, oh, okay, like a couple words to jog my memory.
Okay, and
So-
well, leading into that whole nostalgia thing, now we have the next one that matches so stabby. Are the TAC proprietors actually adventurers in previous campaigns? They seem so
Okay.
well loved.
So this question is deep. I kind of knew it was going to come up.
Yep. Here's the Herb Fields one.
Yeah, this is the oof. So yes, the Tealeaf Adventuring Company NPCs are all previous player characters, with the exception of Reginald. Reginald I created specifically for this, and he, as far as I'm concerned, he's a level 1 fighter with like base 10 stats. Like, he's not an adventurer. He's a businessman. Amnesty was a previous bard that I played, so that was one of my own personal PCs. Smith and Lewana were friends of mine that played alongside Amnesty, so they're kind of there. Marigold and Selena are the two that are most important to me. So those characters were originally played and created by my wife Emma, who passed away last year in April. And so we were super big into D&D together. We played in a bunch of campaigns. I DM'd a campaign. Marigold was, so Emma played as Marigold in a campaign that I DM'd, starting at level 1, getting to level 15. So we played for over 2 years, every week. And so this is kind of my way of kind of just honoring that memory and keeping those characters immortalized in a sense, and just sort of like, what would happen if they all lived happily ever after and retired and kind of, you know, settled down and started a company together. Selena was Emma's character that played alongside me, so Amnesty and Selena were adventuring together, and so I kind of figured, okay, eventually they would have fell in love and, you know, settled down and, you know. So that's kind of where that whole story comes from. Oh my god, all the hearts in the chat.
And Tape Scribe has one immediately after that. Other than being asked to DM, what drew you to DMing the West Marches campaign? You might have touched on that earlier in the episode, but let's do a...
He approached us.
Yeah. So you guys, Joe reached out to me about, do you want to play D&D with the game room? And I was like, hell yeah, more D&D. As far as the West Marches campaign, my biggest thing about this is I want exposure. I want more people to learn what D&D is. I think there's a lot of stigma. I think there's a lot of sort of negative thoughts like, oh, D&D is a game that a bunch of sweaty nerds play in their mom's basement, and I want to show people that that's not the case. D&D,
Jocks mocking up Travis Willingham, Joe
yeah,
Manganiello,
right.
I shall hold my protein shake,
yeah.
bro.
I want people to realize that this is the greatest game that's ever been played, and I think everyone deserves to play it at least once, just to see what it's like. And I get that some people just aren't going to like the game. It's not for everybody. But
I think that was your big thing too when you said it. It was like, this is all geared towards new players. This
right,
is all
this
geared
is
towards
all geared towards making people, getting new people to try the game. And we've had people that have come, made a character, played, and been like, that's not my thing. And I
yeah,
was like,
Rodeo, we're talking to you.
Jesus.
No, we know he's working now,
Yeah.
so it's just more fun to make
I
fun of
know.
him.
No, but like that to me is so like, thank you for giving it an honest shot. Like that is as rewarding to me as seeing someone like Risky, who made his character, fell in love with D&D and is now like 100% on board. Like those both outcomes to me are win-win. So I'm all just about getting new people and continuing that love for the game. Alrighty, what's next?
Going back to how many statted tea leaves there are.
Okay, so we got. I mean,
So he-
Marigold's not technically a tea leaf, but by merit.
Oh, by merit.
So we got Reginald's not statted. Marigold's statted. Selena's statted. Selena's younger brother Leopold is statted.
Oh yeah.
Amnesty, if you count him, is statted.
Yep.
We've got Finnegan the Fabulous is statted.
Mm-hmm.
We've got
Oh, we know
Victoria
that
is
one.
statted.
Ziggy.
We got Ziggy is statted. We've got
Razzmatazz.
Raz is statted.
I am the only non-Luke played tea leaf so far.
So that's 9. And then I have character concepts in mind for. So, the matriarch of the Tealeaf family, who has not been mentioned yet.
Ooh.
The like
Big
OG
Mama.
Big Mama is Pela Tealeaf, who is statted.
Okay.
She's an Oath of the Ancients paladin.
Ooh.
Who is immortal. So that's 10. And then I have a few other sort of spied. I haven't placed them on the family tree yet, but they have stat blocks.
That's got another one.
Yeah.
And actually, it goes into a kind of question I was about to ask.
Sure.
What is your favorite part of a session? Fights, the RP, both, creativity of characters, and I'm gonna throw it in there as well. A favorite monster.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. So my favorite part is I really enjoy the building of encounters and then just keeping certain characters in mind and being I wonder how this class ability will interact with this environment or whatever. That strategic aspect of it is one of my favorite parts of DMing. I do a lot of play testing where I will do a quick 3 rounds, just here's the party, here's Tuesday. Let me take 3 rounds of combat and see how I roll it out. What would I do in this scenario? And just oh shit, my monster's Mike the 4, I need to tone that down. Or oh, that was easy. But and obviously the dice change every single time you do it, but that's one of my favorite parts. But I think the most rewarding part as a DM is just being able to do one of these and just the role playing, just listening to your players just digest and interact with your scenario, and you can just sit there and watch and just be this means stuff.
All right. One as well. Do
you have a favorite West Marches moment
thus far?
Oh, sorry. My favorite monster, I really love hags.
We got that.
Yeah,
you did
hags
say
is-
hags, particularly with their death cows.
I'll have to think on that.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head, hags are really good.
That's a tough one. Even I don't know.
Beholder fights are some of my favorite, just because it's one singular monster and the action economy is super great. That's one of my favorite.
Yeah, the Beholder fight against you guys was supposed to be a bit more deadly than it was, but you guys are rolling really good, and they're incredibly all or nothing monsters.
Yeah, burn a 7th level spell slot. Fuck it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so my personal favorite Tealeaf Adventuring Company moment. I think it was
killing Edith.
The sheer panic during Fish Fry episode 6, when the party was split, and just the oh fuck look on all the players' faces, just I had to go back and watch that 15-minute blip 6 times just to watch each individual person, because it was so funny just to see oh fuck, we gotta haul ass. These people are in trouble.
It's like you're realizing the bone grinder is actually a bone grinder.
Yeah.
No, that was such a good point.
Oh, that's such a good point.
There is a Kill Brainy question here that I really like.
Okay.
What can players do to make sure you have more fun?
Well, that's really sweet.
Show off.
I mean,
No,
I'm having fun when my players are having fun. This might be a little narcissistic, but I really thrive on feedback, but constructive or otherwise. It really makes me have a lot of fun when a player shoots me a message hey, tonight was a blast, or hey, I wanted to talk to you about how this worked out. And you're even if it's not, even if it's negative feedback, I want to know that so I can improve, So I actually really enjoy those discussions of, or maybe not even, maybe we can strike a conversation and I can kind of explain, well, this happened this way because this monster had this certain ability, or because X, Y, Z. And I think that is really rewarding to me, and that's kind of the fun of it too. But definitely just getting that feedback and kind of
You're speaking my language right there, because one of my favorite things in D&D is when you after the clock tower that you guys opened, you sent me that nice little text yes, absolutely, this made me feel good because I've been working on that fucking game for a while. Yes. Shit. Questions. Kraken, do you have a question?
Not at the moment.
Okay.
So, all right. Here's one for you.
Yeah.
Eberron, Forgotten Worlds, West, Mercer's, Tal'Dorei, West March, freaking Tal'Dorei area. Do you have a favorite, already pre-established fantasy realm?
So
And if you do, what location in it?
I, for the life of me, cannot DM a module. I've tried it.
Not necessarily a module, just
the setting.
Just like a setting. So say you're on the Sword Coast. It's you don't have to necessarily do a module, but you're taking the locations like Baldur's Gate and Luskin, and
I've played all the Baldur's Gate games. Those are fantastic. I am really a huge fan of the Tal'Dorei campaign guide. I think he did such a good job of fleshing that out and making it accessible.
The Marches too was phenomenal.
Yeah, the Wild Mount is really good.
No, Jesus.
I actually haven't bought the Wild Mount one yet, but that one's really good. But Mercer's work is really good. But yeah, I cannot DM modules. For some reason, if I have a character that I'm supposed to roleplay that I didn't create myself, I have a hard, I could never be an actor because I can't take a script and then get in that mindset. But if I come up with a character and I know their motivations because I created them, I can get right and I can jump in and shoot them. Crazy.
I'll touch on that now then.
Sure.
Your plan for TGR is to start making YouTube content on character and D&D creation.
So I want to create videos. I hate to use the word to automate the process, but like one of my videos I want to do is like, let's go on Roll20 and let's build a level 1 character.
Okay.
Like let's take an hour and a half and just like explain the character sheet, explain what these numbers mean and everything. And so someone who maybe, doesn't have the time to set up a one-on-one meeting, if I'm busy or whatever, can watch that video and make their own character alongside that.
Mhm.
I want to do my first video I want to do is like, what is D&D? Kind of explain, try to like disassemble some of the myths and that stigma again, and just kind of like show this to your friends if they're asking, what are you playing?
It's not Satanism?
Not all the time.
Pass the Cheetos.
Right, yeah. So
Where's
I want to
the
do that.
Mountain Dew?
And then just like DM tips, like how do you build a world map? Like what goes through your mind when you're building a world map? Or like how do you balance an encounter? How do you build a dungeon? How do you create a big bad evil guy? Stuff like that. And so I kind of want to I have so many ideas that I can make 5-minute videos on. I could make hour-long videos on. Just kind of depends on the topic. So that's kind of something I'm really excited to get into.
Pull all your dice onto the table and trace the outline.
Yep.
There you go. You have your continent right there.
I've actually seen like
People do
one of the first times I watched, because obviously, I mean, it's no secret to anybody. I'm trying to build a campaign, and it'll be my first time DMing.
You are?
It'll be my first time DMing, but honestly, it was one of the thoughts. I was like, I'm just gonna fucking roll dice for this to see what's what.
Secret is Pinterest.
Well, honestly,
That's the content rabbit hole.
Honestly, Pinterest, Reddit, obviously Scribe, who's been giving me a lot of good feedback too. I ended up creating 8 of my own magical items just for the campaign, and it's neat to see some of that stuff. Like I was watching, and the whole reason I ended up finally caving and watching Critical Role was I was watching Matt Mercer's How to DM.
Right.
And all of a sudden, the next video was Campaign 2, Episode 1, and I was like, well, fuck it, I got 4 hours to kill.
Well, I'm here.
I'm here.
Oh, yeah, the old ones, like the DM guides that he was like to do.
Yeah, it was all,
The Team Phoenix is a good one, too, after he leaves it, but their handbook or helper is pretty good, too, but Luke's will be phenomenal.
But I think it's nice that I think you get more of a... I hate to say high hopes for Luke, but like I feel like just watching Mercer, and this is over the last 2-3 weeks. Well, you get the Mercer effect, and obviously now that I've watched a single episode of Critical Role, I can kind of see a little bit of both of it with you guys.
Yeah.
And it's not a lot; it's very subtle, but it like you're starting to pick it. And honestly, doing this now is kind of like against kind of what I wanted to do. Like I kind of wanted to just do it myself and kind of see where it went. But like at the same time, I really only have you two as my
references.
Yeah. Now, not to take anything away from WeeWoo, we played a Pathfinder campaign for 6 weeks. We did 6 weeks of it, and it failed miserably because
scheduling sucked.
Yeah.
But
I would like to.
You bounce a lot of player stuff off of me.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Like,
it's easy enough to bounce off of like any of you guys too. So,
You could always do what Scribe just suggested, have like a round table, so to speak, of DMs, and we kind of just discuss, in a sense, we're like what all the directors of like the Mandalorian did.
Yeah.
They're discussing all their like styles and like the behind the scenes. And
That would be a really cool concept too.
That's a cool one.
Have us and we're there, and it's like all of us have our own flair. Like my big flair is like I will solo out one fucking monster or creature that's going to give the party a hell of a time, but it's very
You are
doable.
so good at that.
Yeah, like the solo boss encounter monsters. Like that's something that I've struggled with. That's part of why I love Beholders, because I think they're naturally equipped for that. But like, it's tough to have.
Honestly, I think my strength going into this is just the outside creativity. Is just taking something that's so bonkers and just
making
bringing
it
it to
work.
life. And I think that's where my strength will come into it. Like I'm not sure exactly how. Just make up your D20 rolls. Who's gonna know?
I was gonna like send them something. There were times I've rolled behind the screen and I've like double critted on someone before, and I'm like, he missed.
Yeah.
A
Unless it's
natural
me, then he
32.
just gives it to me.
Listen, you wanted a cleric to suffer, and Ilmater's your patron.
Suffer me, Ilmater, Daddy.
So it's nice being able to be surrounded with people that have an idea of what's going on. And I mean, there are definitely obviously points where I sit there and think to myself, I don't know what the fuck's going on. But like, I think over just the last year itself, my understanding and concept, not only has Fakar gone through a transformation, I've gone through a transformation where I'm starting to... It reflects in Fakar because of it, because we obviously have this running joke that Fakar's died 5 or 6 times, and every time he just comes back with less and less memories. So it gave me that opportunity to grow as both a player and a character, and going, okay, well, maybe I'm not just going to be a complete lunatic. Maybe there is some rhyme and reason to what I'm doing. And it's nice having that, other people in the party that have that.
Recognizing that.
Yeah.
Another question for you, there, Luke. What sort of personal advice would you give to individuals who want to get into Dungeons and Dragons, but it's literally like crippling social anxiety that's stopping them?
That's a really tough question, because D&D is a social game.
It is 100%.
I think my best bit of advice, which seems counterintuitive, and maybe a little harsh and misunderstanding, but honestly, I've seen it happen where people are nervous and they try and they're very quiet and they're observant and they're watching, and there's that moment as a DM where you see them just let go and jump into it and dive into it and try something that, and that's kind of the beauty of it too, is new players always have the zaniest ideas. But like,
Hi.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Hi.
But like, just watching them try something for the first time and just like having a blast with it. I think that's the best advice, is to just hold your nose and cannonball in. And
I don't need to vote. I know who it's going to.
I got a system.
You got a system. Okay.
What are we doing?
We're doing the what the hell's the fucking Survivor thing?
So you're gonna pick 3. 3 points to 1, 2 to 1, 1 to 1.
Wait, what are we doing?
Your first, second, and third for best
The
dressed.
dice.
For best dressed?
Yep.
Oh,
You're just gonna write 1, 2, and 3.
Yep. Go from highest
well, you can do one.
to lowest, and there'll be a value of 3, 2, and 1.
So I'm bad with names and actually remembering people. They
Just you can just use costume description.
Wow, I've talked to so many people tonight.
I'll tell you, in my mind,
Yeah, but you're just
her was
saying that
naked,
for-
so she wins.
Like, nobody can prove that. So that's he said, she said. Thank you.
And we don't want our channel banned, so that's the other part of that.
Oh,
Here you go.
I go.
Okay.
Send all
So
pictures to
there
LukeTheDM
was
as proof.
there was a clear winner for a blip of a second.
Yeah.
For a blip of a second.
Oh
there.
yeah, you think so?
Yeah.
All right. I will tabulate.
Any other questions while we're doing votes? Any quick ones?
Is there a reason why you don't DM naked?
Which?
Yeah.
Terms of service. Terms of service. I mean, I would only just improve the.
I mean, you could put a pasty on. That's appropriate, apparently.
Really?
Can you put pasties
We're
on?
gonna need
Yeah.
some- no, not gonna make that good.
Her cheated.
This was fun.
Per used to greater invisibility. Only if art is involved.
Yep.
That's fine. We can make that work. We could body paint him in.
I am a piece of art.
We could body paint him in clear black. We're gonna try and preserve what is the Dungeon Daddy.
I mean, science cannot even fathom the answer.
What I put in the chat, I was like, everyone simps for the Dungeon Daddy, but Tick Tick simps for Zeke.
We have a tie.
We have a tie.
We have a tie.
Who's the tie?
The tie is Calbrina.
Yep.
And Edith, or Dead Edith, I should say.
Dead Edith.
And that's where I knew that there was a clear winner
Yep.
for a blip.
Um,
We'll decide who gets the first set, and I'll order a second set. I want more dice anyway.
There we go.
So, Kelbrina.
Hold on. We got a tie, and we have a poll.
Oh, duh.
Oh yeah, let's get the.
Yeah, get the audience in. Sorry.
How do I open a setup menu to create a poll?
He's
into the chat /poll.
Yep.
And then it's gonna open the poll window.
All right.
I vote give them both a set. Oh, I tried.
Hold on, I'll put the.
I'm still gonna buy more dice. You can't take away my chance. Dice Goblin forever.
All right. It's gonna be a very short 2-minute.
Is both an option?
It is. I'm putting it on there. All right. You have 2 minutes.
Sabotage.
You have 2 minutes. I mean, we have 19 people in, so I think it's gonna be a no-brainer. Both get it, but
yeah. I love the.
Well, no, 100% if we hit 10.
Oh yeah.
Because then it's over 50% of everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Dice Goblin tonight.
Yeah, right.
I love the work that Kelbrina put into it.
Yep.
And I love the referencing of her character from Edith. So
Kelbrina's costume.
10. All right.
All right.
That's half our viewers.
Yeah.
Easy enough. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks for making that easy. I had no problem with it, but I want to give everyone their fair shot.
Honorable mentions go to Jamilio for the cat. Pengy Rage with her cloak and
pasta.
And pasta. Yeah. I mean, I can never remember what the hell MLL is.
Multi-level marketing?
That one. Multi-level marketing. I was going to say mainstream media, but I'm like, that's MSL. Jamie-Aulio.
Yeah, snacks are dead next.
Oh, God.
Jeez.
Alrighty.
I think this has been a long stream.
Yeah, we 4.5 hours. Like,
wow.
It's not as long as last week's.
Yeah, last week's board game.
14 hours, so.
Yeah, that's true. That's going to be tough to beat.
14 hours with 2 viewers. It's crazy.
This was a lot of fun. This went really smoothly.
31 weeks to go to the next one.
Yep.
Back at that works.
Episode 50.
She is the night.
That was a lot of fun. Thank everybody who participated.
Yeah, really.
Seriously, you guys all did amazingly. Thank you for answering questions.
We got a JPEG live, and I believe he's running a D&D campaign.
I mean, that's a good transition.
Send it!
All right, guys, we're going to be rating out. JPEG Soul is running some D&D. I believe Stream Daddy is in that game.
He is. And possibly Colbert's.
And possibly Colbert's.
Oh, fuck yeah.
So, let's bring the hype.
Yeah, guys, hype this up. TGR love. We love all
Yeah, we'll have to download it, but we'll have it up there.
I'll get that going today.
Yeah, I want to rewatch this one actually. So, can you upload it with the Twitch chat or no?
No.
Okay.
We'd have to record the Twitch
But you can watch the VOD with the Twitch chat.
Yes. The VOD will be up
No,
for 2
Wolf's
weeks.
backstory mission is over there, Scribe. That's where Edith met her end.
Episode 19 went up Saturday.
All right, guys. Until next time.
Toodles.
Bye-bye.